Chapter 41. There were no signs of riots or protests in Nordia. More than that, it was completely peaceful. Looking out the window of the office, I could even see a few citizens smiling and chatting with the garrison soldiers on patrol. Shouldn't they be scared of us? It had already been 15 days since I was appointed as the interim garrison commander. And yet, not even a hint of trouble had occurred, leaving me feeling somewhat deflated. I shifted my gaze away from the scenery outside and examined the file I held in my hand. It was the Garrison Satisfaction Survey that Lucy had handed me this morning. Garrison Satisfaction Survey Statistics. Sample Group: 100 citizens surveyed from each district of the city. Respondents: approximately 5,700 people. Question: what do you think of the garrison's urban planning? Frequency analysis. Doing very well, 2,365, 41.5%. Doing well, 1,254, 22%. Unsure, need to observe further, 684, 12%. Disappointing, 855, 15%. Very disappointing, 542, 9.5%. Note: all surveys were conducted by local collaborators, not garrison soldiers, to ensure objectivity. The first time I saw it, I thought I must have misread it. After all, the statistics showed that 63.5% of the city's population supported the garrison. It was also an indicator that violent protests or riots were unlikely to occur. I wonder what the General Staff Headquarters will think when they read this report. I let out a sigh, but there was no denying the reality presented by the data. Turning away from the window, I tossed the file onto my desk and slumped into my chair. Half resigned, I leaned back against the chair's backrest and looked over at Lucy. Just like when we were at the General Staff Headquarters, Lucy was seated at a desk in the corner of the office, buried in paperwork. Seeing how focused she was, with no attention spared for me, I felt a small sense of relief. And besides, it had already been 15 days since my promotion and appointment as interim commander, yet no assassination attempts had been made. That likely meant the Allied nations hadn't given any orders yet. Given how little had gone according to plan, this was a rare piece of good news. Still, I kept my guard up, watching as Lucy finished her paperwork and stretched briefly. Raising her arms and letting out a soft groan, Lucy lowered her arms with a sigh. She stared blankly ahead with sleepy eyes, then turned to look at me, perhaps sensing my gaze. Our eyes met unintentionally. While I broke into a nervous sweat, Lucy blinked her red eyes a couple of times. "Major, did you need something?" What excuse could I give? After a quick mental scramble, I replied as casually as I could. "Did you finish your work?" "Yes, I still have a few documents to handle this afternoon, but it's not much." "That's good. Make sure to get plenty of rest once you're done. You've worked hard supporting me lately." "I have worked hard. Unlike you, Major, I spent most of my time moving around in the field." She's not even trying to deny it. "Anyway, it looks like you'll have some time to rest today too, Major." "Ah, right. I was actually thinking of visiting Nordia's famous dessert shop today." As soon as I said it, I realized my mistake. Lucy's eyes lit up with a sparkle. Come to think of it, she really enjoyed parfaits back at the capital. That look, she was definitely waiting for me to invite her along. After a brief silence, I cleared my throat awkwardly. "If you're interested, would you like to come with me? Desserts aren't really to my taste, but if you're inviting me, Major, I suppose I can't refuse." "Huh, seriously?" She ate that parfait so enthusiastically before, and now she's pretending otherwise. How shameless. Raising an eyebrow, I said, "Then I'll just go alone. I wouldn't want to interrupt my adjutant's break." Lucy's fingertips twitched slightly. Her expression remained as impassive as ever, but her actions betrayed a hint of disappointment. Still, I had no intention of offering again. Feigning indifference about desserts was practically an insult to them. But if my adjutant were to admit that she likes desserts, then that would be a different story. Lucy's eyes wavered slightly, as if she were debating her next move. In the end, however, she chose her pride, secretly clenching her fist. I don't like them. So that's how she wants to play it. Feeling a sudden surge of stubbornness, I decided to show off. The dessert I'm going to have today is an eclair. Have you heard of choux pastry dough? It's made with water, butter, flour, and eggs as the base ingredients. When baked, it puffs up lightly. When it comes out of the oven, it already smells delicious. The savory flavor fills your mouth, but if it stopped there, it would just be bread, not dessert. The essence lies elsewhere. I leaned slightly toward Lucy. Once the choux pastry is baked, it's filled with rich vanilla cream. Then it's topped with a thick chocolate glaze. Can you imagine how that tastes? Lucy swallowed audibly. At that reaction, I snapped my fingers. Sounds amazing, right? The smooth cream and the savory dough blend perfectly, dancing on your taste buds. And with chocolate on top, even an atheist would praise the heavens after tasting it. Of course, no matter how much I explain, you won't really understand until you taste it yourself. But I can't force you. After all, you're someone who doesn't like desserts, aren't you? I prodded her one last time, and her lips twitched slightly. I thought I was about to see her surrender when… Ring, ring. The telephone in the office rang, interrupting the moment between us. Wondering who it was, I picked up the receiver. This is the interim garrison commander speaking. A nervous voice came through the receiver. Commander, this is Lieutenant McCall. I'm calling to report something strange we found while patrolling the ruined munitions factory. Something strange. My curiosity piqued. I pressed for details. Explain in more detail. Yes, sir. We discovered what appears to be an underground base built beneath the factory. It seems to be some sort of research facility, but you'll need to see it in person to understand the layout. An enemy research facility. Why would they hide something like that? Frowning, I nodded to myself. I'll come check it out personally. Stop the search and wait for me at the entrance. After hearing McCall's acknowledgement, I hung up the phone. When I stood up, Lucy pretended to be busy with her work, her lips pressed tightly together. It looked like she had been about to admit defeat but missed the timing and decided to stick with her pride instead. I stared at her for a moment before walking toward the door. They say the eclairs are made by a master baker. Must be delicious. I caught Lucy clenching her teeth, enjoying her reaction. I stepped out the door, but after counting to 3, I turned back and re-entered the office, standing in front of her. This is your last chance. Are you really not coming to the dessert shop? Lucy seemed to struggle internally for a moment. Then she half closed her eyes and looked down. I'd like to. What was that? Speak properly. After taking a short breath, Lucy finally parted her lips. I want to go. Only then did I nod in satisfaction. You should have been honest from the start. I'll tell you the location, so let's go together after work. Understood. Lucy's voice was small, and her face had turned slightly red. She really was fun to tease. But I reminded myself not to push too far, because that could actually get me killed. And I wasn't joking. Imperial General Staff Headquarters. Operations Deputy Chief's Office. Knock, knock. At the sound of knocking, Cedric Bendel put down the document he had been reading and looked up. Come in. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with a warm demeanor entered. It was Colonel Ernst Bark, the head of the Operations Staff Department. Ernst walked to the center of the room and saluted. Although Ernst usually maintained friendly relations with his superiors and often skipped formalities, he found it impossible to do so in front of the operations deputy chief. Something about those crow-like eyes staring at him sent a chill down his spine. "Deputy Chief, I'm here to make a report. It's been a while since you visited my office. What's the matter?" I wanted to speak with you about Major Daniel Steiner." Daniel Steiner. Cedric had already heard about his remarkable performance in the North. After all, it was Cedric himself who had appointed Daniel as the interim garrison commander. However, assigning a newly promoted major to such a critical position may have been a mistake. Ruling is always more difficult than conquering. That's why Ernst had likely come to report incidents or accidents that had occurred in Nordia. Did something happen in Nordia? A civilian uprising or violent unrest, perhaps? No, sir. According to the telegram, the majority of Nordia's citizens are satisfied with the garrison's urban planning. Intelligence even suggests that some residents claim life has improved compared to before the occupation. Cedric's eyes widened in surprise. It wasn't often that Ernst saw Cedric this taken aback. "They've stabilized public order. And in just 15 days since appointing him as interim garrison commander." Stunned by such an unexpected achievement, Cedric remained silent for a moment before letting out a dry laugh. "Well, it seems I've underestimated Daniel Steiner. No matter how talented someone was, prolonged time on the battlefield inevitably wore them down." Cedric had assumed Daniel Steiner was experiencing the same hardships. Yet, considering his stellar performance, it seemed Daniel was far from exhausted. If anything, he was thriving. "He's acting as if the frontlines are his own backyard." Raising his evaluation of Daniel Steiner by another level, Cedric spoke. "We need to quickly select a permanent garrison commander and dispatch them to Nordia." Caught off guard by the unexpected response, Ernst blinked in confusion. "Deputy Chief, is there really a need to rush? Major Daniel Steiner is seamlessly integrating the occupied territory into imperial control." "You're too short-sighted. Do you really think Daniel Steiner will be satisfied with a mere garrison commander position?" Cedric's hollow, dark eyes grew even colder. "He's looking much higher. He's waiting for the Empire to entrust him with a mission of far greater importance." Watching the sweat form on Ernst's forehead, Cedric's lips curled into a chilling smile. "And I intend to grant him that wish." Chapter 42. After informing Lucy of the dessert shop's location, I left the headquarters and boarded a jeep, heading toward the munitions factory that Lieutenant McCall had reported. Roughly 30 minutes into the drive, the driver gently pressed the brakes. The jeep gradually slowed down before coming to a complete stop at the entrance of the ruined munitions factory. "We've arrived, Commander." I gave the driver a nod, opened the door and stepped outside. Passing through the partially collapsed gate, I spotted a group of patrol soldiers gathered not far away. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the soldiers and Lieutenant McCall turned their heads toward me. Upon recognizing me, they quickly snapped to attention and saluted. "Commander, we've been waiting for you." Acknowledging their salute with a brief nod, I approached. "Where's the laboratory?" This way, sir." McCall gestured toward the ground. Following his direction, I spotted a staircase leading underground through an open iron door. An underground base, huh? Those kingdom bastards really have a thing for building underground. Indeed, must be because they're allies of the allied nations. They behave just like rats. McCall's joke drew faint chuckles from the surrounding soldiers. I allowed a slight smile before turning back to McCall. "Your sense of humor's improved. Now how far did you search?" "We only made a preliminary assessment of the area. It doesn't seem like any traps were set, so you should be able to look around freely. If you'd like, I can accompany you." "No, I'll go alone. Stay here and guard the entrance with the men." "Yes, sir." After receiving his response, I descended the stairs leading underground. With each step downward, the surroundings grew darker, so I pulled out the flashlight I had prepared in advance and switched it on. Click! The beam of light illuminated the passage ahead. At the bottom of the stairs, there was another iron door, already opened, likely by McCall earlier. I carefully stepped inside, revealing a floor coated with epoxy resin. The polished floor gleamed under the light, lined with long tables and a variety of laboratory equipment. Flasks, microscopes, and other instruments cluttered the area. Some devices were so oddly shaped that I couldn't even guess their purpose. What exactly were they doing here? I wanted to figure out the situation, but it seemed any samples from their research had been cleared out. Aside from the scattered tools, the lab had been wiped clean. Surveying the dusty air, I noticed an automatic sliding door left ajar. Beyond it stretched a wide corridor. Both sides of the corridor were lined with iron bars, dividing the space into cell-like rooms. Each cell had a single bed and a set of dishes. It looked like a prison, but there were no people. All the cell doors were open, suggesting the occupants had been taken away. Taking a deep breath, I pressed forward. At the end of the corridor was another iron door. Reaching the door, I grabbed the handle and pulled. Screech! The door budged slightly before getting stuck. I steadied my breathing, tightened my grip, and gave it a forceful tug. The door swung open, releasing a cloud of ash into the air. Lash! Perplexed, I peered inside to find the floor covered in soot. They burned something, and a lot of it. Given the quantity, it was likely paper, records, and documents related to their research. But it's sloppy. There are signs they left in a hurry. They must have built this underground lab for research that couldn't be exposed. Logically, they should have destroyed all equipment, beds, and dishes before leaving. The fact that they didn't suggested they had evacuated in a panic, without enough time to clean up. They never expected Imperial forces to breach the city so quickly through the supply routes. They likely burned the records hastily and fled without confirming whether the documents had been completely destroyed. Scanning the area, I quickly spotted several half-burned sheets of paper. Though their edges were scorched, the content remained legible enough to piece things together. I picked up a few sheets, brushed off the ash, and began to read. The ultimate goal is to develop an advanced combat weapon capable of turning the tide of war. By merging magic and science, we aim to create human weapons. If successful, not only could we crush the Empire's ambitions, but the kingdom could rise as a global power. Large portions of the text were burned, leaving gaps. I turned the page. Although many forms of magic have been lost, some proven techniques remain effective. While most soldiers can use magic bullets and temporary physical enhancements, advanced techniques like optical camouflage and gravity field manipulation require exceptional talent. I flipped another page. What if talent could be artificially created? Imagine ordinary soldiers possessing strength comparable to the Empire's elite guards. This experiment began with that question, injecting enhancement materials into unidentified volunteers with high magical affinity. Another page. In conclusion, all attempts have failed. Subjects exhibited abnormal magical reactions, including vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, delirium, hallucinations, and self-harm. The enhancements were negligible and unsuitable for combat. Furthermore, it remains doubtful whether individuals who endured such suffering would remain loyal. One more page. According to recent data provided by the Allied nations, a successful specimen has been confirmed. Its magical enhancements far exceed expectations, making it the only one of its kind. In recognition of this achievement, Our research team has named the upcoming project after this specimen. My eyes narrowed sharply as I read the final line. We name it the Lucy Project. Lucy Project. That's how it was written at the bottom of the report. I collected the report, left the laboratory, and strictly instructed Lieutenant McCall to keep the discovery of the research facility classified. Afterward, to clear my thoughts, I patrolled the surrounding area before heading to the dessert shop where I had promised to meet Lucy in the afternoon. As I stepped into the shop, soft classical music filled the air, creating a calming atmosphere. The Gothic-style interior drew my admiration as I scanned the room. Near the window, someone raised their hand energetically. "Major, over here." I turned to see Freen. For some reason, Lucy was sitting next to her. Surprised by this, I approached and asked, "Cadet Freen, I didn't expect you to be here with my adjutant. I came here for dessert and just happened to run into Lieutenant Lucy. When I heard you'd be coming too, I decided to wait. Oh, and I already ordered the menu, so you can just sit down." "The menu, you ordered it?" "Yes. Lieutenant Lucy mentioned that you were practically singing praises about eclairs, so I figured I'd save you some time and ordered them in advance." "I see. It wasn't a bad idea," so I nodded and sat down across from Freen. Then I glanced at Lucy. An experimental subject, Lucy. Even in the game, Lucy's past was never revealed, so this was the first time I'd learned about it. Moreover, human weapons like Lucy never appeared in the game, not until the very end. Well, technically, there was one exception in the enemy nation, but that person was purely gifted rather than artificially enhanced. In other words, the enemy's advanced weapon development project was doomed to failure even in the distant future. But still, if Lucy had been an experimental subject of the Allied nations, how could she remain so loyal to them? Was there something else I didn't know? As questions swirled in my mind, Lucy's gaze suddenly met mine. Her crimson eyes, like pools of blood, felt even more unsettling today. "Major, do you need something?" Scrambling for an excuse, I forced a playful grin. "Nothing. I just thought you looked especially beautiful today." Unexpectedly, Lucy blinked a few times before giving a slight nod. "Thank you." Relieved that I'd dodged the issue, I let out a quiet sigh. But then I felt Freen's gaze burning into me. She clearly didn't like the compliment I had given Lucy and stared at me with visible disapproval. Before I could ask what her problem was, a server approached our table carrying a tray. "Thank you for waiting. Who ordered the eclair and coffee?" "That's me." I raised my hand, and the server smiled, placing the eclair and coffee in front of me. Next, she set down mint chip ice cream in front of both Freen and Lucy. Lucy froze for a moment, then looked at the server. "Excuse me, I think there's been a mistake with my order." "Pardon? That can't be, let me check." The server looked flustered, but Freen cut in before she could leave. "It's correct, you can go now." With Freen's bright smile, the server awkwardly nodded and walked back toward the counter. Once the server was out of earshot, Freen kept her cheerful expression as she explained. "Lieutenant Lucy, you left the menu choice up to me, remember? Since you didn't mention wanting anything specific, I thought mint chip ice cream would suit you. I figured you'd like it." Shouldn't she have at least asked first? I felt that Freen had gone too far and turned to check Lucy's reaction, only to break out in a cold sweat. Lucy was glaring at Freen as if she were ready to kill her. Chapter 43. It was a tense situation. Daniel watched nervously as Lucy let out a low sigh, calming her anger. After all, it was true that she had allowed Freen to handle the order, and hadn't specified that she wanted anything else. But still, from Lucy's perspective, who had wanted to try the eclair that Daniel had praised so highly, There was no denying the lingering disappointment. Half closing her eyes, she stared down at the mint chip ice cream in front of her. The bright turquoise color gave no hints about how it would taste. If it turned out to be terrible, it would completely ruin the rare moment of relaxation she had been looking forward to. Unwilling to let that happen, Lucy scrutinized the ice cream as if trying to judge its worth. Freen, meanwhile, squinted at her reaction. That's a pretty bad expression. What could be the reason? She didn't need to think too hard to figure it out. She must be upset that her date is being interrupted. Lucy had probably hoped to spend some quiet, intimate time with Daniel, only to have an outsider butt in and ruin the mood. Of course, the real reason was that Freen had ordered the mint chip ice cream without asking, but Freen remained oblivious to that fact. After all, mint chip ice cream was delicious. In Freen's opinion, it was the perfect dessert, impossible to dislike. Sure, there were a handful of people who despised mint, but they were such a minority that she didn't think it was worth worrying about. Anyway, Freen didn't like seeing Lucy cozying up to Daniel, someone she practically revered as a saint committed to destroying the Allied nations. While Freen personally respected Lucy's competence, this was an entirely different matter. Freen knew all too well how many great figures in history had suffered because of women. Love blinded judgment and clouded reason. She couldn't just stand by and let Lucy seduce Daniel. If it were a normal relationship, I wouldn't interfere, but Lucy was hiding something. Others might not notice, but Freen could sense the deep darkness within Lucy. And since it was impossible to predict how that darkness might affect Daniel, Freen remained wary. If Lucy was using her charms to approach Daniel for some ulterior motive, Freen would never forgive her. I just wanted an eclair. Meanwhile, Lucy simply wanted to eat the eclair. After hesitating for a moment, she considered asking Daniel to cut her a small piece, but quickly dismissed the idea. It was too rude to make such a request to her superior officer. Resigning herself to the mint chip ice cream, Lucy picked up her spoon. She scooped a small bite and placed it in her mouth, only for her eyes to widen in surprise. A sweet yet refreshing flavor spread across her tongue, opening up an entirely new world of taste. Pulling the spoon from her mouth, Lucy murmured quietly, "It's good." Hearing that, Freen looked slightly surprised before breaking into a genuine smile. "Lieutenant Lucy, you like mint?" "Yeah, I think I do." "If that's the case, you should have told me earlier. I know a few great places in the capital. Want to go together sometime." Lucy blinked a few times, looking flustered, then glanced at Daniel as if asking for permission. Reading her silent question, Daniel took a sip of coffee and said, "Do as you like. Once we return to the capital, the headquarters will recognize our efforts and grant us plenty of time to rest." Lucy gave a small nod of acknowledgement. Seeing this, Daniel took another sip of coffee and smiled subtly. Looks like she's completely fallen for desserts. He almost felt sorry for the Allied nations. The Lucy who once dismissed desserts as junk food no longer existed. "I just stole your elite spy's taste buds. How do you feel about that?" Beliefs may be corrupt, but taste buds never lie. Feeling satisfied, Daniel was about to take a bite of his eclair when he noticed Lucy sneaking glances at it. It made sense. After all, he'd gone on and on about eclairs back in the office. It was only natural for her to be curious. Understanding her feelings completely, Daniel picked up a knife, sliced the eclair in half, and placed one portion on a small plate before offering it to her. Lucy looked surprised and turned to him. "Major, this isn't my portion." "It is now. I'm already full." "Thank you." Lucy accepted the plate respectfully and carefully cut into the eclair with her fork. The moment she took a bite, her pupils dilated. She was even more shocked than when she had tried the mint chip ice cream. Though Lucy quickly composed herself, her flushed cheeks betrayed her reaction. Watching her, Daniel chuckled softly. As I thought, she's terrible at hiding her emotions. If Lucy had a tail, it would probably be wagging furiously right now. Imagining the scene, Daniel cut another piece of eclair and popped it into his mouth. Oh, it really was good, so good that he immediately understood Lucy's reaction. Lucy stepped out of the dessert shop, sending Daniel and Freen ahead. She claimed to have other business to attend to. Though puzzled, the two nodded and walked off into the distance. After confirming they were far enough, Lucy approached a man leaning against a pillar outside the shop. The man, wearing a black beanie, turned to face her. "What do you want?" "If you're going to tail me so obviously, you're bound to get caught," Lucy said calmly. "You've been lurking around for the past 5 days, and now you show up again." The man frowned at her words. What kind of nonsense?" The eagle soaring high in the sky can never know what lies beneath the earth. The man's hand trembled. It was a code phrase used exclusively by the Allied Nations Intelligence Division. Realizing Lucy was a spy, the man swallowed nervously. Lucy stared at him and spoke in a quiet tone. "Follow me naturally." She turned and began walking. Though unsure of what was happening, the man instinctively followed her at a slight distance, feeling that he had no other choice. Lucy walked with purpose, leading him further and further away from populated areas. Where the hell is she taking me? Growing uneasy, the man bit his lower lip. Eventually, Lucy stopped at an abandoned construction site, completely deserted, with no workers or residents nearby. The man, trying to ease the tension, broke the silence. "Well, I never thought I'd meet a comrade in a place like this, especially one posing as that guy, Adjutant. This actually works out perfectly. I'm planning to assassinate Daniel Steiner. Care to help?" Lucy let out a low sigh. "That's not an order from the Allied Nations." The man's mouth snapped shut. He couldn't deny it, she was right. "We've already investigated you," Lucy continued. "You've acted on your own more than once." "So what? Has my independence ever harmed the Allied Nations? Besides, Daniel Steiner could become a massive threat to us in the future. Eliminating him is the right call." "I'll repeat myself. That's not an order from the Allied Nations." The man gritted his teeth. She was impossible to reason with. "So what do you expect me to do? Sit back and watch? Or are you here to help me?" "You're wrong," Lucy said coldly. "I'm here to eliminate you." "Eliminate?" He couldn't believe what he'd just heard. As Lucy turned to face him, standing under the light of the full moon, her presence exuded an inexplicable pressure. "I can't give you details," she said, "but the Allied Nations want the kingdom to lose this war. Killing Daniel Steiner would go against their intentions." "Wait a minute. Furthermore, my mission is to eliminate agents who betray orders or refuse to follow commands. Your actions qualify as both." Her tone left no room for doubt, and the man felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, with a bitter laugh, he pulled a handgun from his coat and aimed it at her. Before Lucy could speak, he squeezed the trigger repeatedly. Gunshots rang out, accompanied by flashes of light. But the bullets never reached Lucy. Buzz! The rounds hovered in midair, embedded in a shimmering blue barrier that Lucy had formed. She blocked them in that split second. While the man stood frozen in disbelief, Lucy calmly dispelled the barrier. The bullets, no longer suspended, fell harmlessly to the ground. "I apologize," Lucy said softly. "This isn't personal." She drew a revolver from her holster. Panicking, the man shouted in desperation. "You crazy bitch! No matter what orders you've been given, killing a fellow agent." Unfortunately, He never finished his sentence. Bang! The bullet pierced his skull. His body staggered for a moment before collapsing onto the ground. Then Lucy confirmed the kill, then lowered her revolver. Something reflected the moonlight, catching her eye and prompting her to turn her head. It was a cracked full-length mirror, carelessly left behind in the construction site. She stared at her reflection. Silver-white hair that glistened in the moonlight and crimson eyes that resembled pools of blood. As she gazed at herself, Daniel's words from earlier surfaced in her mind. "I just thought you looked especially beautiful today." What exactly had he meant by that? Lucy, who had never once thought of herself as beautiful, found the compliment perplexing. The only words she'd ever heard from men were either curses or screams. After all, her role in the Allied nations had been to execute traitors. Lost in thought, Lucy glanced up at the sky. The Milky Way. Stars stretched endlessly across the heavens, signaling how late it had become. She needed to return and prepare for work tomorrow. Clearing her mind, Lucy began walking. A sigh slipped out without her realizing it. Lucy had witnessed countless horrors, killed countless people. Her reputation as the Red-Eyed Reaper made her a symbol of fear among traitors. And yet, even she had something she dreaded. "I don't want to go to work." Regrettably, her greatest fear was showing up for work. Chapter 44. 2 weeks later. As usual, I arrived at the command office and sat down, my gaze settling on Lucy. Her silver-white hair cascaded down as she lowered her head, flipping through documents. With a practiced motion, Lucy tucked her loose strands behind her ear and returned to her work. Watching the intense focus she displayed while handling tasks, it was clear she was an exceptional adjutant. Had Lucy been an ordinary aide, I might have complimented her often. But she's a spy. Lucy, standing right in front of me, was someone who could assassinate me at any moment. Because of that, I had agonized over what to do for quite some time. Specifically, whether I should report the research logs retrieved from the kingdom's lab to the higher-ups. To cut to the chase, I decided not to report them. The reason was simple. Even if I used the logs to claim Lucy was a spy, there was no solid evidence. From Lucy's perspective, she could easily brush it off as someone with the same name. While Lucy wasn't exactly a common name, it wasn't rare enough to raise alarms either. If the situation ended inconclusively like that, I would be the one in danger. Lucy would undoubtedly suspect that Daniel Steiner had uncovered her identity. That would definitely end in disaster. So, until I had irrefutable proof, it was safer to keep the truth about the Lucy project to myself. Clearing my thoughts, I let out a deliberate cough. Lucy paused her work and turned to look at me with those red eyes. Meeting her gaze, I asked, "The headquarters sent word about dispatching a new garrison commander. Do you know when they're expected to arrive?" "Oh, they departed yesterday with minimal escorts, so it should take about a week for them to get here." Minimal escorts? How minimal are we talking about? A single battalion, and that's after the headquarters already reduced the numbers. For context, the incoming commander requested more troops for long-term occupation, but the request was denied. A battalion-sized unit, arriving in Nordia within a week. That meant they had crammed all the troops into transport vehicles and were pushing a forced march. Was there really a need to hurry that much? I had my doubts, but headquarters must have had their reasons. Nodding absently, I changed the subject. "How's the situation at the front lines?" "As you're already aware, we've been winning non-stop. Reports indicate that the Empire now occupies over half of the kingdom's territory. The kingdom has essentially ceased functioning as a state." "I see. At this rate, the Emperor's plan to topple the kingdom before winter seems likely to succeed." "Yes, sir. However, it seems the kingdom is preparing for a last-ditch defense. They've withdrawn their forces and concentrated everything around their capital. As a result, the imperial forces have also entered a temporary lull. So they'd pulled all their troops to defend the capital. That was as good as their final struggle. Even so, storming a fortified capital would be like attacking a hedgehog, messy and costly. Most likely, the empire would offer peace talks disguised as an ultimatum. I wondered how the kingdom would respond to that. In the game, they rejected the empire's proposal and fought to the bitter end. But given how much I had unintentionally altered the situation, I couldn't predict how things would unfold this time. Not that it mattered to me. Once the garrison commander arrived, I would hand over my responsibilities and head back to the capital. First thing I'll do is get myself a proper drink. No more of this rationed whiskey. I want the real stuff. I was daydreaming about the comfortable, luxurious life waiting for me in the capital when. Get out, get out. We don't need filth like you in our beautiful Nordia. I flinched at the sudden uproar outside. Rising from my seat, I walked over to the window. Down on the main street in front of the command post, at least several hundred citizens were marching with protest signs. What the hell? Are they finally showing dissatisfaction with the garrison troops? Puzzled, I continued watching as Lucy stepped up beside me. It's a protest against the nobility, she said. There were rumors it might happen, but I didn't expect it to escalate. The nobility? Are you saying this is about Nordia's aristocrats? Yes, sir. After you enacted the Anti-Racial Discrimination Act, tensions between the citizens and the nobles reached their breaking point. It seems today's protest is the result of that pent-up anger. Judging by Lucy's explanation, the protesters were indeed targeting the nobility. They passed by the command post and headed elsewhere. What kind of mess did the nobles create for this to explode just 2 weeks after I implemented that law? Frowning, I clasped my hands behind my back. Then an idea struck me, and I clenched my fist. Isn't this the perfect chance to lower my evaluation in Nordia? Quickly calculating the situation, I turned to Lucy. Order the garrison troops to follow the protesters. The protesters, sir. Yes, managing protests is part of the garrison's role. Tell them to suppress any violence that occurs. Use force if necessary. Lucy didn't question my order and responded immediately. Understood. I'll relay your instructions to the garrison right away. As Lucy walked off, I returned to the window and smirked. I can't believe this opportunity came just 1 week before the new commander arrives. If the protest turned violent, and it probably would, then the garrison suppression efforts would make the citizens realize the troops weren't their allies, but just soldiers of the empire. That would shatter the fragile goodwill I had built with the locals. And headquarters, they'd see it as me ruining months of progress with one bad decision. The deputy chief of staff who had pinned his hopes on me would be sorely disappointed. With that, I'd be able to step back from frontline operations and enjoy a peaceful life in the capital. From there, I could focus on finding a way to escape the empire safely. It's perfect. The incoming garrison commander would have a rough time cleaning up the mess, but that wasn't my problem. My apologies in advance, but hey, life isn't supposed to be smooth sailing. Grinning wickedly, I leisurely watched the protesters march. The protesters, continuing their march, finally came to a halt in front of a massive mansion. Get out, you parasite ruining Nordia. Release my father immediately. He's already paid off his debt to you. You bastard, do you even realize you've been destroying Nordia? Hearing the commotion, Taranto, the mansion's owner, emerged into the front yard with his private guards, only to freeze in shock. Hundreds of citizens, each holding picket signs, were shouting at the top of their lungs. Among the crowd were even some nobles who had previously advocated for racial equality. To make matters worse, soldiers of the empire, clad in black uniforms, were lined up as if protecting the protesters. What the hell is this? Why are they doing this? One of Taranto's guards stepped forward hesitantly. Well, sir, they're demanding that you release the workers you've been keeping as slaves. What, slaves? I feed and shelter them in exchange for labor, and now these lunatics are demanding I give up my property. They're no better than robbers. To Taranto, the protesters were nothing more than a mob trying to rob him. After all, with so many starving to death during the war, he firmly believed he was acting within reason by providing food and shelter, even if unpaid. Ungrateful bastards, shoot them all. Once a few of them drop, the rest will scatter like cockroaches. Excuse me, sir, but... Shut up and do as I say. Despite their hesitation, the guards raised their rifles toward the crowd. Seeing this, the other guards also nervously aimed their weapons. Gee, guns! They're going to shoot us. Panic rippled through the protesters, causing them to stumble backward. At that moment, Lieutenant McCall, commanding the Imperial soldiers, raised a megaphone. I advise you to lower your weapons immediately. Acting Garrison Commander Major Daniel Steiner has declared that no violence of any kind will be tolerated during this protest. Taranto's face twisted in frustration. Unable to argue back, he stood frozen as McCall's voice boomed again. If you ignore the commander's orders and open fire, be aware that violence will be met with violence. We cannot guarantee the safety of either you or your guards. Taranto swallowed nervously. To him, McCall's words sounded like a death sentence. Cross the line and we'll kill you. So the Imperial Army has truly sided with the citizens. After grinding his teeth for a long moment, Taranto had no choice but to surrender. Lower your weapons and release their families. Sir, are you serious? Yes, there's no benefit to making enemies of the garrison. Reluctantly, the guards lowered their guns, aware they stood no chance against the Imperial troops. Cheers erupted from the protesters. Taranto's giving in. We'll see our families again. Taranto, you bastard. Now you know the garrison is on our side. They're protecting us. Hail the garrison. Hail Major Daniel Steiner. The chants of the citizens filled the streets, echoing in every direction. Among them stood Hamtel, the leader of the secret organization Black Dawn. Taranto has been brought to his knees. Before the war, Taranto had been Nordia's most prominent noble. His fortune had been built by lending money to non-whites, and then locking them up in his estates and farms under the guise of working off their debts. The exorbitant interest rates made repayment nearly impossible, and the laws had always favored Taranto over his victims. There had been no way to fight back until now. Then Daniel, as the acting garrison commander, had enacted the Anti-Racial Discrimination Act, empowering the citizens. And today, as if to prove his allegiance, he had sent Imperial soldiers to protect the protesters and prevent Taranto's guards from opening fire. There was no longer any room for doubt. Daniel Steiner is no conqueror. He was a liberator who had come to free the people from the kingdom's oppression. As the crowd chanted Daniel's name in celebration, Hamtel quietly took out a radio and pressed the transmit button. This is a message to all Black Dawn operatives. Pausing briefly, Hamtel spoke again, his voice filled with conviction. From this moment forward, we will stand with Major Daniel Steiner. It was the birth of Nordia's hero, recognized by all. Chapter 45. Meanwhile, in Edria, a permanent member of the United Nations. Count Calidra's study. This way, sir. Following the servant's guidance, Sorton, Edria's Minister of Internal Affairs, walked slowly through the labyrinth-like corridors of the study. After weaving through its maze-like layout, Sorton finally arrived at the reading room. Upon entering, he couldn't shake an eerie impression. Even though the room was on the third floor, only the faintest sliver of sunlight streamed through the windows. Surveying the dim space, even at midday, Sorton soon spotted Count Calidra. The Count stood at a tall desk, leaning on a cane as he flipped through the pages of a book. His pale, snake-like eyes blinked slowly, sending an inexplicable chill down Sorton's spine. Calidra de Nortever, known more famously as the Count of Blood than by his actual name, he was, without question, the true power behind Edria. With vast wealth, he had bribed high-ranking politicians and military leaders, ensuring that anyone who had taken his money, even once, could never escape his influence. Sorton, standing here now, was no exception. After all, the position of Minister of Internal Affairs had been orchestrated by Calidra himself. Without even sparing a glance at Sorton, Calidra spoke first. "What brings you here?" His voice, carrying an icy undertone, set an uneasy atmosphere. Unconsciously adjusting his tie, Sorton took a deep breath and replied, "I've come to talk about Lucy Emilia." Though Sorton had started the conversation, no response came. However, Calidra's silence was not out of displeasure. He was simply waiting for the rest of the explanation. Sensing this, Sorton awkwardly continued, "What I mean is, I'm concerned that Lucy Emilia has spent too much time in enemy territory. If she were to turn against us, it would be a devastating loss for the allied nations." Calidra remained silent. Sorton swallowed nervously and pressed on. "I've heard she's left the heavily guarded capital and is now in Nordia, inside the kingdom. Wouldn't this be the perfect chance to order her to eliminate Daniel Steiner and return?" "Listen, even I can see that Daniel Steiner has made remarkable achievements. He's just a major for now, but if he keeps getting promoted and ends up commanding larger forces, what do you think will happen?" Sorton's argument was clear. Cut him down early before he became an even bigger threat. After listening to everything, Calidra gently closed the book in front of him. Running his fingers lightly over the book's cover, he finally broke the silence. "Lucy will not betray us. You, of all people, should know how strong the bond is between her and me. She sees me as a father, and I, too, think of her as a daughter. But that's only—" Sorton's words faltered. Calidra's snake-like eyes bore into him, silencing him completely. After suppressing his anger, Calidra regained his composure. "And as for Daniel Steiner, we won't eliminate him. Keeping him alive is currently more beneficial to the alliance, though, admittedly, there have been some complications." Daniel's accomplishment had far exceeded Calidra's expectations. When news arrived about his success during the Nordia invasion, not only Calidra, but also Edria's military leadership had been left in shock. Still, it hadn't deviated from the bigger picture, at least not yet. Assassination will be our last resort. For now, we'll keep Lucy close to him and exploit the situation. Exploit how? Objectively speaking, Lucy is exceptionally beautiful. As long as Daniel Steiner remains unaware of her true identity, he won't be able to resist feeling some attraction to her, and we intend to take full advantage of that. Seduction tactics. I suppose. Even in history, many so-called great leaders had fallen into ruin over women. No matter how rational a man may be, once he falls into the madness called love, he inevitably starts relying on his emotions. And controlling someone driven by emotions is child's play. If Daniel Steiner, the so-called hero of the empire, could be emotionally manipulated, then he would no longer be a threat, just another useful pawn. After considering Calidra's words, Sorton nodded. "Understood, in that case I'll trust." Before he could finish, Calidra waved his hand dismissively. It was a clear gesture, Don't waste my time, get out. Despite the humiliation, Sorton didn't dare protest. Bowing slightly, he followed the servant and left. Once Sorton's footsteps faded, Khaled returned his eyes back to the shelves and muttered quietly, "Daniel Steiner." Thinking back to the feats Daniel had achieved, Khaled shook his head. For now, there were simply too many other variables to consider besides him. "We're about to arrive in Nordia." At the driver's words, Colonel Irvin, recently appointed as the garrison commander, let out a low sigh. Noticing his unease, Irvin's adjutant asked curiously, "Sir, is something troubling you?" Irvin responded with a faint sigh. "Let me ask you something. Do you think anyone could feel at ease heading to take command of a garrison post? But according to the General Staff's reports, it seems the region has stabilized, hasn't it? And who do you think submitted that report to headquarters?" "Well, that would be Major Daniel Steiner." "Ah, I see." The adjutant nodded in understanding. It wasn't uncommon for officers obsessed with their performance to manipulate statistics before reporting them to headquarters. But would Daniel Steiner, a so-called hero of the Empire, really submit a false report? As the adjutant mulled over the possibility, the military convoy carrying their battalion began to enter Nordia in an orderly fashion. Looking out the window, Irvin turned his eyes forward as Nordia's scenery came into view. It's only been a month since Daniel Steiner took over as interim garrison commander. And yet, he supposedly stabilized the city and earned the support of the locals. Bullshit. Irvin had served on the Eastern Front. He had occupied, and lost, many regions during the back-and-forth struggles of war. In all those occupied territories, he had never encountered citizens who were friendly to the garrison. Most feared or despised the occupying troops. No matter how much they called Daniel Steiner a hero of the Empire, he couldn't be exempt from this basic rule. So Irvin was sure the citizens of Nordia wouldn't welcome him as he marched in with his forces. In the worst-case scenario, a riot could break out the moment he stepped out of the vehicle. Keeping his nerves sharp, Irvin absent-mindedly fiddled with his holster. That's when his adjutant, looking out the window, suddenly spoke. "Sir, the citizens are throwing something." "Don't worry, it's common for them to throw trash. Instruct the troops not to react, it might make us look like oppressors." "No, sir. It's flowers, they're throwing flower petals." "What flowers?" Perplexed, Irvin turned his gaze out the window and froze with his mouth hanging open. The adjutant hadn't been joking. The citizens of Nordia were throwing flower petals from baskets, their faces blooming with smiles. Their expressions clearly showed they were welcoming the troops with enthusiasm. Seeing such an unbelievable sight left Irvin utterly dumbfounded. This looks more like not a city welcoming an occupying force, but one celebrating the arrival of allies. Still reeling from the surreal scene, Irvin barely noticed as the convoy came to a stop in front of the garrison headquarters. Skriech. Stepping out of the vehicle, Irvin looked around and was startled yet again. There, in front of the headquarters building, stood a statue of the emperor. Though the statue's design was crude and clearly hastily made, that wasn't the point. What shocked Irvin more was the sight of citizens voluntarily placing flowers at the statue's base. Utterly baffled, Irvin grabbed a nearby child and asked, "Hey kid, I'm just curious, who set up that statue?" The child blinked at him before answering. The dark-faced man said we should build it. All the adults agreed. At first, we were going to make one of Daniel Steiner, but he said no way, so they made it for the emperor instead. So it wasn't an official order. The citizens had voluntarily pooled their money to build and erect a statue of the emperor. At a loss for words, Irvin stood there speechless. That's when the headquarters front doors swung open. "Ah, Colonel Irvin, we've been expecting you." Turning his head, Irvin saw Daniel Steiner approaching, wearing a military winter coat and flanked by several officers. His demeanor was calm and natural, as if this entire scene was completely ordinary. Still reeling from everything he had just witnessed, Irvin couldn't help but speak with a hint of admiration. "Major Steiner, I've visited countless occupied territories, but this is the first time I've ever seen citizens welcoming a garrison like this. How the hell did you manage it?" Daniel glanced at the statue before letting out a dry, almost resigned chuckle. "Well," the smile on his face carried a trace of helplessness. "I honestly have no idea. And it wasn't even a joke." Daniel genuinely had no clue how things had turned out this way. Chapter 46. Hearing Daniel's response, Irvin unconsciously let out a short sigh. He doesn't know, after setting up an occupation zone this perfectly. Wasn't this excessive humility? To be honest, the current state of the city was so favorable toward the occupying forces that it felt more like imperial territory than kingdom territory. And yet, seeing Daniel refrain from boasting about his achievements, Irvin couldn't help but be impressed. However, unaware of Irvin's inner thoughts, Daniel could only offer an awkward smile. "Colonel, it's cold out here. Shall we continue this conversation inside?" Let's do that." Nodding, Irvin followed Daniel into the command building. Once inside, Daniel guided Irvin to the reception room and began outlining the urban plans he had implemented in preparation for handing over the position of garrison commander. To assist with the explanation, Lucy handed Irvin the relevant documents, while Freen served him coffee brewed from premium beans. After some time spent reviewing the papers and sipping coffee, Irvin let out a small laugh. It was hard to find any faults. Daniel had fulfilled his role as garrison commander so flawlessly that there was nothing to criticize. "This is outstanding. If I could grade you, I'd give you a perfect score. My only complaint is that there's practically nothing left for me to do. The situation is so well managed that I only need to maintain the status quo." "You flatter me." "It's not flattery, Major Daniel Steiner. You've done an incredible job. I'll be sure to report this to the General Staff." Although Daniel didn't want his performance reviews to go any higher, it wasn't as if he could ask his superior not to mention it. Resigned, Daniel gave a small nod and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Colonel. That aside, it seems the handover process is complete, so I should probably start preparing to return to the capital." "To the capital?" "Yes, sir. I've been out here providing operational support for quite a while now. As you know, the north is not only cold, but the food here doesn't suit my tastes, so it's been quite exhausting." Daniel's quip drew a knowing chuckle from Irvin. It's not easy for someone born and raised in the Empire to adapt to foreign cuisine. I felt the same way when I was stationed on the Eastern Front. Eating the food there felt more like a chore. Now I feel a bit embarrassed for bringing it up. Compared to the rations you must have eaten under enemy fire, I suppose I've been having rather luxurious meals. Don't worry about it. I wasn't trying to make you feel bad, just sharing an anecdote. That said, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, considering your eagerness to return to the capital." "Bad news?" As Daniel looked at him in confusion, Irvin pulled out a scroll from his coat and handed it over. "This is an operational order from the General Staff, addressed to you." At that, Daniel couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. A new set of orders just when he thought he was finally done and ready to go home. What the hell is this? Though he wanted to vent his frustration, orders were orders. He had no choice but to obey. With trembling hands, Daniel untied the red string and unfolded the scroll. Imperial General Staff. Order No. D513. Date August 14, 1944. Subject: redeployment of a direct command unit. Mission details. Major Daniel Steiner, commanding officer of the General Staff's Direct Command Unit, is ordered to select and assemble a company-sized force from the Nordia garrison that is capable of vehicle transport. Accompanied by the selected troops, proceed by vehicle to the headquarters of the 3rd Corps, currently stationed on the northernmost front, and arrive no later than 16:00 hours on August 21, 1944. Upon arrival at the Corps headquarters, remain on standby and await further orders. You are advised to follow any directives issued by the Corps commander. By the authority of this order, you are commanded to execute your mission promptly and accurately. Imperial General Staff. Deputy Chief of Staff, Brigadier General Cedric Vendel. After finishing the orders, Daniel raised his hand and wiped his face. Deputy Chief of Staff, why are you doing this to me? In that moment, Daniel's modest dream of returning to the capital and living a comfortable, prosperous life shattered into pieces. He hoped it was just one of Irvin's bad jokes, but the orders were stamped with the official seal of the Deputy Chief of Staff. In other words, there was no chance this was a forgery. Orders are orders, so I guess I have to go. This time, the deadline was explicitly stated, leaving no room for delays. The only silver lining is, judging by the contents of the orders, it seemed like a simple manpower deployment. If that were the case, all he had to do was join the Corps, wait around and kill time. They wouldn't deploy a General Staff's Direct Command Unit to the front lines unless it was a special operation. If it had been a special operation, he'd already be bracing himself for hell, but that didn't seem likely. The Imperial forces advancing north were currently in a lull. Deploying special operations against the kingdom, which had declared a last stand, would be equivalent to a death sentence. Logically, he just needed to remain on standby at the Corps until the war with the kingdom ended and then return to the capital. It was just a matter of his return being delayed by a few weeks. But for some reason, Daniel couldn't shake off a sense of unease. 3rd Corps Headquarters. Corps Commander's Office. Lieutenant General Karl Peter Kraus narrowed his eyes as he examined the strategic map and operational board hanging on the wall. They've withdrawn the front lines and concentrated all forces on defending the capital. At first glance, it looked like the kingdom's forces had panicked and retreated. However, to Karl Peter, it seemed like a calculated move. Just because the kingdom had pulled back didn't mean the Imperial forces could recklessly advance. Supply lines can't keep up. The amount of supplies a corps consumed daily was staggering. If those supplies weren't delivered on time, it would not only devastate morale, but also cripple command operations. Until the supply lines were properly stabilized, advancing was impossible. Even after seizing more than half of the kingdom's territory, the supply lines were still tangled and unreliable. If they tried to push forward immediately, there was a high risk of cutting themselves off from supplies. This left the Imperial forces in a de facto state of stagnation. The kingdom will use this time to reorganize their forces. Perhaps they were already reaching out to their allies in the United Nations for reinforcements. If Allied reinforcements arrived, the situation would become a nightmare. Even if the Allies didn't intervene, it would still be troublesome. By the time the Imperial forces secured supply routes and resumed their advance, the kingdom's troops would have already finished reorganizing. They'll fight back fiercely. Still, even if the Imperial forces didn't lose, the cost would be devastating. At least thousands, possibly tens of thousands, of soldiers would die meaningless deaths. Such losses would weaken the Empire's national power, which was why both the General Staff and Karl Peter were inclined toward negotiating a peace treaty. The kingdom had responded by sending its foreign minister to the table, but negotiations had already broken down twice. The reason? The empire's demands were far too excessive. Karl Peter had petitioned His Majesty to relax the terms, but his request was denied. The emperor's response was clear. There was no need for mercy toward a treacherous kingdom that had tried to tear at the empire's flanks like a pack of hyenas. That left only one option, a full-scale assault to capture the capital. But was it truly the right move to launch an all-out war against the kingdom, while the Eastern Front was already draining the empire's resources? As Karl Peter's concerns grew deeper, the General Staff sent him a recommendation. Major Daniel Steiner. They informed him that this exceptional officer, who had achieved astounding military successes in Nordia, would be sent to his corps. In other words, it was essentially a suggestion to use Daniel Steiner as the lead negotiator for the peace talks. Karl Peter had furrowed his brow at the implication. These negotiations had already failed twice, even with the support of numerous experienced military advisors. What could possibly change by placing a mere major, no matter how decorated, in charge of such delicate negotiations? However, if Brigadier General Cedric Vendel, the Deputy Chief of Staff, had personally recommended Daniel, then there had to be a reason. Given the unusual circumstances, perhaps trying something unconventional was the only way to break through the impasse. This will likely be the final negotiation attempt. Could he really entrust the fate of this war to Daniel Steiner? Closing his eyes, Karl Peter took a deep breath before slowly opening them again. He had made his decision, one that bordered on recklessness. It wasn't trust in Daniel Steiner that swayed him, but rather trust in Cedric Vendel's brilliance, the man who had devised countless strategies that had led the Empire to victory. Cedric, I'll bet on the wild card you've given me. The dice had been cast. Now, the lives of countless soldiers rested in the hands of Daniel Steiner. Chapter 47. Since defiance wasn't an option, Daniel immediately selected the company-sized unit as ordered. Afterward, he left Nordia, escorted by farewells from the local citizens, and set out for Maribark, where the 3rd Corps headquarters was located. Contrary to his earlier concerns, the weather remained clear, allowing Daniel to arrive in Maribark a full day earlier than the deadline stated in the orders. Compared to Nordia, Maribark was a larger city, but its residents greeted the imperial troops with cold, distant stares, hardly welcoming. This is normal. Daniel still couldn't understand why the citizens of Nordia had been so enthusiastic about the Empire's occupation. As he absent-mindedly observed imperial soldiers mingling with the locals, the driver carefully applied the brakes. When the vehicle came to a complete stop, Daniel stepped out. The first thing he noticed was the massive imperial flag hanging like a banner over the headquarters building. Against the backdrop of the starry night sky, the flag fluttered majestically. It was enough to stir a sense of patriotism, even in someone like him. They must have worked hard to put up something that size. Suppressing a chuckle, Daniel lowered his gaze and saw a lieutenant colonel walking out of the headquarters gate with a group of soldiers. Daniel instinctively saluted, and the lieutenant colonel responded with a hearty laugh as he returned the gesture. So this must be none other than the Empire's hero, Daniel Steiner. We've been expecting you. I'm Karl Frenn, the Corps Commander's aide. A hero? That's hardly true, but if the aide has come to meet me personally, then. The Corps Commander is waiting for you. The Corps Commander for me. That's right. I know it's unusual to summon you immediately upon arrival, but as you're aware, we're short on time. Follow me. Why would the Corps Commander be waiting for a mere major? Although the situation puzzled him, Daniel had no choice but to follow Karl Frenn into the building. After climbing several flights of stairs, they stopped in front of the office on the 5th floor. Karl Frenn offered Daniel a quick piece of advice. He doesn't like people who hesitate or beat around the bush. If you have an opinion, make sure you state it clearly. Then he knocked twice on the office door. "General, I've brought Major Daniel Steiner." A reply came shortly after. "Send him in." The voice was deep and commanding. Feeling tense, Daniel waited as Karl Frenn opened the door. Inside, he saw Lieutenant General Karl Peter Kraus sitting at his desk, reviewing documents. Behind him, the imperial flag and the eagle crest of the royal family were displayed prominently, crossed like table banners. The walls were covered with strategic maps and operation boards, reinforcing the impression that this was the command center of a general who led an entire corps. Lieutenant General Karl Peter Kraus. Aside from the imperial princess, he was the highest-ranking officer Daniel had ever encountered. Taking a quiet breath to steady himself, Daniel stepped forward and saluted. "General, I was informed that you summoned me." Only then did Karl Peter set his pen down and slowly lift his gaze. Beneath his thick brows, sharp blue eyes gleamed. His rugged face bore faint scars, and his square jaw gave him an imposing presence. After acknowledging Daniel's salute, Karl Peter leaned back in his chair. "Daniel Steiner, according to the General Staff's reports, you're quite skilled at interrogation. I've heard about how you broke Major Reginald of the Kingdom and how you cornered a spy at the Imperial banquet." Jumping straight to the point without any pleasantries, the general's words left Daniel momentarily breathless. The weight of the conversation made him offer an awkward smile. "General, that was just luck, nothing more." "You're too modest. Even if that's true, I believe luck is a skill in its own right, especially on a battlefield where nothing is certain." Letting out a low breath, Karl Peter half closed his eyes. "And that's exactly why I intend to borrow your luck and your way with words. Let me be blunt. I plan to send you as the chief negotiator and special envoy for the peace talks happening 4 days from now." Daniel, standing at attention, felt his fingertips tremble slightly. Karl Peter's request was utterly absurd. "Negotiator me." Stunned, Daniel hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "General, I believe that someone like me, a mere major, isn't suited for the role of chief negotiator. Surely there are others in headquarters who are far more qualified." "There are, and we sent those capable men. The result, 2 failed negotiations." "But—" Karl Peter raised his hand, cutting Daniel off. "You look like you're about to crumble under the weight of responsibility, so let me make one thing clear. I and the General Staff don't have high expectations for you. Headquarters is already reviewing plans for an all-out assault." In other words, even if the negotiations failed again, Daniel wouldn't be held accountable. It was meant to put him at ease. "So what's your answer? Are you in or out?" Raising one eyebrow, Karl Peter scrutinized Daniel's reaction. "I—" Daniel was about to refuse when a sudden thought struck him, a flash of inspiration. Perhaps this was the opportunity he needed to escape the Empire once and for all. Clenching his fists, Daniel met Karl Peter's gaze directly. "I'll do it." Karl Peter's eyes glimmered with interest as he picked up on the shift in Daniel's demeanor. But Daniel added, "I have conditions. If I'm to be appointed as the chief negotiator, I'll need the authority to match." "Authority, be specific." "I need access to all operational and troop deployment information within the 3rd Corps. Additionally, I request full control over personnel assignments for the 3rd round of negotiations 4 days from now." For a moment, Karl Peter was at a loss for words. The Corps, operational plans and troop deployments were classified as second-tier field secrets. Even though Daniel, as a staff officer, had occasionally worked with such information, those instances only involved fragmented data, not the complete picture of an entire core. And now he's asking to see it all. It was beyond audacious, borderline ridiculous. I think I understand why Cedric has taken a liking to this one. Cedric Vendel valued calculated unpredictability when designing strategies. Unconventional tactics and surprising maneuvers had a way of throwing enemies into disarray. And in this regard, Daniel Steiner was certainly an outlier. Who else would dare demand unrestricted access to an entire corps, operations and troop data while standing in front of the corps commander? His confidence and boldness were almost incomprehensible. Fine. Carl Peter let out a low chuckle, fixing his gaze on Daniel. I'll allow it. Once you placed your bet on a joker card, you had no choice but to see it through to the end. Meanwhile, Lucy was drying herself off after a bath in a hotel near the headquarters. Originally, due to overcrowding in Maribark's garrison, most lower-ranking officers had to make do with accommodations in dilapidated commercial buildings or repurposed schools. However, as part of the General Staff's direct command unit, and carrying the prestige of being Daniel's company, hailed as heroes of the Empire, the headquarters had arranged for their officers to stay in a hotel. Lucy didn't particularly mind staying in less comfortable lodgings, but being able to take a hot bath in the hotel wasn't something she could complain about. I feel alive. Dragging her tired body into the hallway, Lucy was in the middle of toweling off her damp hair when she suddenly stopped. There was a leaflet slipped under her door. A new era of revolutionary music begins now. Enhance your music experience with exceptional sound quality and elegant design. Visit Torah Records today. Why Torah Records? A vast collection of the latest hits and timeless classics. Experience superior sound quality with premium stereo systems. Discover familiar favorites and hidden gems alike. Special offer. Bring this flyer with you and enjoy a 15% discount on all records. It's simply perfect, don't miss out. Refer to the map below for store location details. It looked like an ordinary advertisement, but Lucy's sharp eyes caught the small, raised dots printed in Braille in the top right corner of the flyer. It was a coded message, likely left by an active intelligence agent in the area to deliver orders. Stepping closer, Lucy bent down and picked up the flyer. Placing her fingers over the Braille, she closed her eyes and began deciphering the code. As the translation unfolded in her mind, the letters appeared jumbled. It was a form of multi-layered substitution cipher. Decoding it properly required a cipher book, but Lucy had already committed the book's contents to memory, so she skipped that step. After mentally rearranging the letters, she read through the message in her head. Daniel Steiner's growing influence may pose a threat to the Allied nations in the future. Measures must be taken to incapacitate his rational thinking and exploit him if necessary. Lucy's eyes slowly opened as she continued decoding. Primary directive: seduce Daniel Steiner and gain emotional dominance over him. Her shoulders flinched involuntarily. A subtle tremor ran through her crimson eyes as uncertainty surfaced. For someone like Lucy, who had no experience with men, the order was unbearably cruel. Chapter 48. Imperial Corps Headquarters, Military Security Division. First basement floor, temporary records room. It's already been 10 hours since Major Daniel Steiner went into the records room. Don't you think we should check on him? The soldier guarding the entrance spoke anxiously, but Sergeant Saladum of the Security Division shook his head. He told us not to go in, didn't he? Said he needed to look around the records room alone and ordered us not to disturb him. Don't even think about disobeying. If you get us both killed, I'll make sure to haunt you. Kai killed? What do you mean, Sergeant? You really don't get it, do you? Major Daniel Steiner can do whatever he wants in the security division because the Corps commander personally granted him the authority. Do you understand what that means? In short, defying Daniel Steiner's orders was equivalent to defying the Corps commander's orders. The soldier turned pale and broke into a nervous sweat before snapping to attention without warning. Sergeant Saladin couldn't help but chuckle at the reaction. Look at you, scared stiff. With nerves like that, how do you expect to fight the kingdom's soldiers? Not that we'll ever see combat ourselves. See, Sergeant. The soldier trembled and threw a side glance at Saladin. Annoyed, Saladin turned to look and immediately froze, his face draining of color just like the soldier. Lieutenant Colonel Karl Frenn, the Corps commander's aide, was standing a short distance away, observing them. Saladin practically saluted out of reflex. "See, Colonel, what brings you here?" Karl Frenn clasped his hands behind his back, offering a warm smile. "I'm just making a surprise inspection and checking in to see how Major Steiner is doing. I hope this old man didn't interrupt your lively conversation." Though his tone was friendly, the words carried an undeniable sting. To paraphrase, the guards posted at the records room couldn't even notice someone approaching and were busy chatting instead. The soldier mistook Karl Frenn's comment for encouragement and let his guard down. But Saladin, having caught the underlying tone, remained frozen, unable to lower his salute. "Don't worry, I'm not here to give you trouble," Karl Frenn added. "Now then, where's Major Steiner?" Snapping out of his daze, Saladin stammered. "Oh, he's been inside the records room for about 10 hours now." "Today, too? Didn't he spend most of yesterday in there as well?" "Yes, sir. He said the negotiations are only 4 days away, so he's pressed for time." Hearing this, Karl Frenn couldn't help but be impressed. He had expected Daniel to either reject the assignment outright or, at best, do the bare minimum to save face. Instead, Daniel was throwing himself into the task with remarkable dedication. The rumors about him giving his all in everything he does weren't wrong. If a talented individual combined skill with relentless effort, their potential could become limitless. As Karl Frenn reflected on Daniel Steiner's character, a light knock sounded from the metal door guarded by the soldiers. It was the signal that someone inside wanted to exit. The door couldn't be opened from within, so this was the standard protocol. "One moment, sir." The soldier unlocked the door, and Daniel Steiner emerged. He looked exhausted, but his sharp, wolf-like eyes stared straight ahead with unwavering focus. The intensity in his gaze made even the sergeant flinch. Locking eyes with Karl Frenn for a moment, Daniel offered a formal salute. "Colonel, what brings you down here?" His voice was firm, yet still conveyed proper respect for his superior. Karl Frenn returned the salute and replied, feeling an odd tension in the air. "The Corps commander wanted me to check if you needed anything while preparing for your task. Are you sure you're all right? You look like you haven't slept." "I'm fine, sir. But if you could step aside, I need to finalize the negotiation plans." Realizing he was blocking the way, Karl Frenn quickly moved aside. Nodding politely, Daniel walked past him and headed up the stairs. Watching Daniel's retreating figure, Karl Frenn let out a faint sigh. "He's relentless. I can see the determination to make these negotiations succeed." Yet with the Emperor's stubbornness, the odds of reaching an agreement were practically zero. Unless, has he found a way to turn the tables? Though uncertain, Karl Frenn couldn't help but see a glimmer of hope in Daniel's tireless resolve. Perhaps, just perhaps, this man might actually pull off the impossible and save countless lives. Daniel let out a quiet sigh of relief as he walked down the corridor, confirming that no one was following him. "I thought I was caught." When the steel door opened and Karl Frenn, The Corps commander's aide was standing there. Daniel had nearly felt his heart drop. He'd been terrified that the aide had caught him sneaking classified information out of the records room in his notebook. If Fren had noticed my attempt to smuggle out secrets, things would have taken a disastrous turn. In the worst-case scenario, he could have been branded a traitor and executed. But fortunately, the aide had only come to check in on him, nothing more. Thanks to that, Daniel managed to keep the notebook filled with classified data intact. Now, I just need to compile this into documents. All that was left was to hand the information to the kingdom's foreign minister during tomorrow's peace negotiations and request asylum. No matter how much the Empire hailed Daniel as a hero, the kingdom wouldn't doubt his sincerity if he handed over second-tier military secrets. I'm finally escaping this damned empire. Imagining the bright future that awaited him, Daniel's steps grew lighter. He suppressed a grin as he walked, until he suddenly froze. Lucy was approaching him from the opposite end of the hallway. As she drew closer, the scent of expensive perfume wafted through the air, tickling his nose. Daniel found himself puzzled. Why is she wearing perfume? Before he could make sense of it, Lucy stopped just a step away and gave a slight nod. "Major, so this is where you were. Were you looking for me? Did the Corps commander call for me?" "No, it's not that, I just—" Lucy hesitated. Wearing perfume to seduce, Daniel had seemed like a good idea at first. But now, how was she supposed to naturally continue the conversation? What did seduction even mean? When it came to winning someone's heart, Lucy's knowledge was practically non-existent. Earlier that morning, she had frantically skimmed through a book on romance. Taking a deep breath, Lucy looked Daniel in the eye and spoke. "I was wondering about your plans for tonight. I need to finalize the negotiation strategy. I've got most of the framework in place, so I plan to leave work early. Why do you ask?" "Oh. She needed to be confident. It was embarrassing, but this was an assignment. "If you're free this evening, would you join me for dinner?" Her words faltered. She'd read about flirtatious phrases in the book, but actually saying them out loud was a completely different matter. "So just the two of us?" Before she could finish, Daniel's thoughts started racing. Unsteady eye contact, slightly heavy breathing, and a request to meet alone. Running through the possibilities in his head, Daniel reached one conclusion. An assassination. Had the Allied nations issued an order to have him killed? He'd always suspected something like this might happen, but the timing felt too soon. No, wait, it's too soon. He began to second-guess himself. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Then Lucy suddenly looked at him with renewed determination. The book said to give him a subtle smile to be more alluring. But what exactly did subtle smile mean? For Lucy, who had never managed even a normal smile, let alone a subtle one, the advice felt overwhelming. Still, as an intelligence agent, she had no choice but to follow the Allied nations' orders to seduce Daniel Steiner. After battling her inner turmoil several times, Lucy finally forced herself to smile at Daniel. The moment Daniel saw her smile, he involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Her narrowed eyes, combined with the thin, upturned corners of her lips, looked exactly like a killer's smile. It was the kind of expression a predator wore while watching its prey moments before the kill. The sheer pressure made the air feel heavier. This is 100% an assassination attempt. Completely oblivious to Lucy's true intentions, Daniel broke into a cough. He immediately decided that the best course of action was to distance himself from her as naturally as possible. "Lieutenant, it seems I'll need to work late tonight after all." "Excuse me, but you just said you were leaving early." "Something urgent came up. Anyway, I'll be off." About to walk past her, Daniel suddenly stopped and turned back as if something had just occurred to him. By the way, isn't your perfume a bit too strong? Perfume is usually used to mask one's natural scent, but I can't imagine why you'd need it. Oh, Your skin doesn't have any odor. If anything, it's pleasant. So there's no need to rely on luxury items like perfume. After lightly patting Lucy on the shoulder, Daniel resumed walking. Good, we had a normal conversation, so she won't suspect that I caught on to the assassination attempt. As Daniel let out a sigh of relief, Lucy, who remained rooted in place, felt her ears burn red. Daniel's casual compliment had unknowingly embarrassed her. She couldn't even tell exactly what kind of embarrassment it was. Leaning against the window, Lucy let out a low sigh. I'm such an idiot. At that moment, both the superiors who had issued the bizarre order and herself for obeying it felt utterly foolish. Yet orders were orders. At some point she would have to seduce Daniel. The task felt like an impossible hurdle. Looking down at her toes and biting her lower lip, Lucy pushed aside her embarrassment and slowly began walking again. Her first thought was to return to her room and scrub off the perfume scent. Chapter 49. The Day of the Negotiation. In the plains situated halfway between the Imperial Corps headquarters and the kingdom's capital, a large military tent had been erected. An elderly man with glasses entered the tent. His name was Immgwc, the kingdom's Minister of Foreign Affairs and the chief negotiator for this meeting. After adjusting his attire, Ivan slowly surveyed the surroundings. Except for the negotiation table positioned at the center of the tent, there wasn't a single soldier in sight. This was due to the opposing negotiators' request for a private and sincere discussion between the two of them. As Ivan approached the table, the opposite entrance of the tent opened, and a young man entered, carrying a briefcase in hand. Ivan took a quick glance at the man's appearance. Black hair and black eyes. Although his build was lean, his tall stature concealed any frailty. Moreover, his sharp, wolf-like gaze held a pressure that instinctively unsettled others. Ivan recognized him immediately. Daniel Steiner, the hero of the Empire and the key figure behind the invasion of Nordia. But promoting someone who's only a major to the position of chief negotiator. Were they already treating the kingdom as a defeated nation and preparing to enforce coercive diplomacy? Just as Ivan furrowed his brows in displeasure, Daniel casually took off his winter coat. He brushed off the snowflakes clinging to his coat and let out a dry laugh. It seems the north isn't the most livable place, snowfall even in midsummer. Clicking his tongue as he dusted off the last of the snow, Daniel approached the negotiation table. With a disarming smile, Daniel extended his hand toward Ivan. As you probably know, I'm Major Daniel Steiner. I'll be acting as the special envoy and chief negotiator for this meeting. I'm Immgwc, Minister of Foreign Affairs for the kingdom. They exchanged a brief handshake before taking their seats at the negotiation table. Daniel placed his military cap and winter coat on the edge of the table and spoke. I heard the negotiations have already failed twice. While I can make some guesses, could you share the exact reasons? His tone was far more casual, as if they had gathered for a friendly conversation rather than to discuss matters of national importance. It was a stark contrast to the stiff attitudes of the previous negotiators. Believing this opponent wouldn't be easy to deal with, Ivan maintained his guard and responded. Because the Empire's demands are absurd. The Empire had not only demanded the cession of Nordia, a strategic stronghold, but also proposed changing the currency to the Empire's imperial marks and enforcing military restrictions. Had they stopped there, Ivan might have reluctantly agreed. However, the Empire had gone further, imposing excessive war reparations and calling for severe punishments against pro-war ministers and military leaders. If the ministers and generals were stripped of their positions, their replacements would inevitably be those loyal to the empire. In effect, it was a declaration to turn the kingdom into a vassal state or puppet regime. For that reason, Ivan had rejected the empire's proposals and advocated for continued resistance. Daniel, who was well aware of these circumstances, refrained from pressing the issue further. Instead, he simply opened his briefcase and began searching for a document. "I understand your difficulties, Minister. That's precisely why I'm here, to help alleviate them. Let me be direct. I want to work with you." After pulling out the document, Daniel set the briefcase down. You might be wondering what someone hailed as the Empire's hero is talking about, but that's a misunderstanding. I'm not particularly devoted to the Empire. In fact, I spend more time worrying about the kingdom and considering its position. You might as well think of me as an honorary citizen of the kingdom. Ivan remained silent, unsure of what Daniel's true intentions were behind such remarks. Seeing Ivan's hesitation, Daniel handed him the document he was holding. "It's better to show my sincerity first. I'd like you to take a look. It wasn't easy to obtain this." Curious, Ivan accepted the document. As he read through it with a meaningful expression, his eyebrows twitched. "This is a Class 2 confidential report from the Empire's Third Corps." Daniel's statement was true. The document was filled with detailed information about the Empire's troop deployments and operational plans. There was no room for doubt. Some of the operations detailed in the document were already known to Ivan through the Allied nations' intelligence network. But, reading this, it became clear that the intelligence the Allies had provided was merely the tip of the iceberg. In fact, the troop numbers listed here were double what the Allied nations had reported. And that could only mean one thing. Even knowing this, we wouldn't be able to stop them. The moment these operations were put into motion, the kingdom would face inevitable destruction. Ivan had once believed that the Allied nations would offer active support if the kingdom showed enough resilience to endure the Empire's invasion. Now, he felt like a fool for holding onto such hope. Staring blankly at the document, Ivan clenched his teeth in bitter realization. Those bastards from the Allied nations, they fed us false information from the start. It was now obvious. They had intentionally downplayed the Empire's strength and strategy to keep the kingdom from surrendering prematurely, ensuring that it would continue to resist and bleed the Empire. And their promises to send reinforcements if we held the front lines. All lies. From the perspective of the Allied nations, the kingdom had never been anything more than a sacrificial pawn, a disposable piece on the chessboard, meant only to drain the Empire's resources before inevitably falling. Ivan's hands trembled as the weight of this betrayal sank in. Daniel, however, misread his reaction entirely. Is he feeling exhilarated? In the game, the kingdom always rejected the Empire's terms after 3 failed negotiations, choosing instead to fight to the bitter end. From the kingdom's perspective, obtaining this Class 2 confidential report from the Empire must have felt like a moment of triumph. Thinking that he had made progress toward securing an alliance, Daniel smiled. But just as he was about to speak, Ivan looked up and exhaled shakily. Does Daniel Steiner know everything about the kingdom's internal situation? Logically, it was the only explanation. He must have known that the kingdom had received manipulated intelligence from the Allied nations, and that was precisely why he had brought this Class 2 confidential report as leverage. He must have judged that exposing this information gap would give him the upper hand in negotiations. Daniel's tactics were flawless. Even when the kingdom had believed the Empire's forces were half their actual size, they had still chosen to resist. But now that the truth had been laid bare, fighting back was no longer an option. This isn't a war, it's a massacre. Ivan could already see it, the kingdom's soldiers being swept away by the empire's overwhelming forces. The screams of the dying rang in his ears, filling him with guilt and despair. But even if he accepted the empire's terms now, the kingdom's future would remain uncertain. Could he really condemn his people to live under imperial rule? But isn't that better than meaningless slaughter? Lost in agonizing thoughts, Ivan finally opened his mouth, his voice trembling. "Major Daniel, I have just one question. If I refuse to take your hand here, what will happen to the kingdom?" What Ivan wanted to know was the consequences of rejecting the empire's proposal. Daniel, however, took the question at face value. As their thoughts ran along parallel lines, Daniel let out a low, quiet laugh. For some reason, to Ivan, that eerie sound felt like it belonged to the devil himself. "You're asking a ridiculous question. What will happen to the kingdom if you don't take my hand? Minister, you already know the answer." Daniel's laughter vanished in an instant as his sharp gaze locked onto Ivan. It was like a wolf revealing its true nature. "If you refuse my hand." Leaning forward slightly, Daniel lowered his voice just enough for Ivan to hear. "The kingdom will vanish from the map forever." Ivan's pupils dilated as the words sank in. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his trembling hands betrayed his fear. Seeing his reaction, Daniel straightened up and stepped back from the table. "Well then, do you have anything more to say?" Despite Daniel rising from his seat, Ivan remained motionless. Slowly, he shook his head. Nodding the gesture, Daniel gave a brief nod, picked up his military cap and coat, and turned toward the exit. Just as he was about to step outside, Daniel suddenly paused. "Minister." Ivan remained silent, his body stiff with tension as Daniel spoke again, this time with a faint smile. "Be sure to share my regards with the allied nations." With that, Daniel exited the tent. Only then did Ivan finally release the breath he had been holding and clutch his forehead. His vision wavered as hyperventilation took hold. It felt as if he had just escaped a conversation with the devil himself. As Ivan struggled to catch his breath, the entrance at the back of the tent opened, and his chief secretary entered. Concerned by Ivan's absence after the imperial envoy had left, the secretary had decided to check inside. Upon seeing Ivan's state, the secretary's face paled and he rushed over. "Minister." Ivan looked terrible. Kneeling beside the chair, the secretary peered up at him anxiously. Are you all right?" Ivan shook his head. Tears welled up in his tightly shut eyes, and one rolled down his cheek. "His Majesty must see the truth now. We can't win." His voice was barely above a whisper, fragile and broken, like a child consumed by fear. "We can never defeat the Empire." The secretary couldn't hide his shock. The minister, who had stubbornly pushed for a fight to the death, had returned from the negotiation table utterly defeated in less than an hour. Uncertain of what to do, the secretary's gaze drifted to the empty chair across the negotiation table. What on earth did that man say? Clueless about the conversation that had taken place, the secretary could only feel lost in confusion. Chapter 50. As soon as the negotiations concluded, Daniel returned to headquarters and reported to his corps commander, following protocol. During the process, the corps commander asked whether the negotiations had gone well, to which Daniel replied that he had done his best but felt it was still too early to predict the outcome. Later, Daniel spent the night at a hotel arranged by the corps. The next morning, he woke early and headed to the hotel's dining hall. He had gone for breakfast, but judging by the crowd, it seemed the hotel's food was surprisingly decent, even at such an early hour. Scanning the room, Daniel noticed that most of the diners were field-grade officers. There were a few non-commissioned officers and junior officers present, but their numbers were relatively small. After all, accommodations in this hotel were reserved for high-ranking personnel, or those deemed critical to the core. Amid the chatter, Daniel caught snippets of praise for the food. Well, compared to field rations, even the worst hotel food would probably taste like heaven. It was a sobering thought. Eating hotel meals during wartime felt like an extravagant luxury. Sending silent apologies to the soldiers still suffering in the field, Daniel loaded his plate with a few items from the buffet and made his way to an empty table. As he approached, Sergeant Glendy and Lieutenant McCall, who were already seated and eating, turned at the sound of his footsteps. Both immediately stood up when they recognized him. "Major Daniel, sir." "Good morning, sir." Their enthusiastic greetings made Daniel flinch, and he turned to glance at them. The admiring looks they gave him only added to his discomfort. Feeling slightly awkward, Daniel deliberately placed his plate down at a table a little farther away from them. "Good morning, but why do you both look so excited?" Taking off his winter coat, Daniel asked the question, and Sergeant Glendy was the first to respond. "Well, sir, isn't it obvious? We were originally assigned to one of the Corps lower units, but now we're eating hotel food thanks to you. It's all because of your efforts, Major." "I completely agree with the sergeant. Thanks to you, sir, we've built a solid record, and more than that, we're honored to serve the Empire." Their cheerful expressions and words of gratitude left Daniel feeling a pang of guilt. "You won't be feeling honored for long. You'll probably end up facing a military tribunal." Daniel was already planning to defect to the kingdom with the help of their agents. And if a company commander like Daniel defected to the enemy, the officers under his command would undoubtedly be accused of complicity. They'd be subjected to endless investigations and trials before ultimately facing court-martial. Daniel could almost see their happy smiles contorting into despair, but he kept his thoughts to himself, nodding briefly before sitting down. Following his lead, Glendy and McCall also sat back down and resumed their meals. As he ate, Daniel's mind remained preoccupied with his escape plans. "Sooner or later, the kingdom will make contact with me. The simplest method would be to use their intelligence agents, but considering how tightly guarded the headquarters was, it was likely they'd hesitate to act immediately. If that's the case, I'll have to wait until the Third Corps launches its full-scale assault." When the offensive began, much of the internal security at headquarters would be redeployed to the front lines. With artillery shells flying and tanks rumbling across the ground, it would be hard for anyone to stay composed. In the chaos of that battlefield, smuggling out a single person would be almost effortless. When the time comes, he planned to pretend to join the battle as part of the vanguard, then slip away to meet up with the kingdom's agents and defect. If he managed to enter the kingdom safely, the rest would unfold quickly. "The kingdom is just a stepping stone for my final destination." Daniel intended to use the remaining confidential information as bait to negotiate with the allied nations' representatives hidden within the kingdom. "Once I secure a safe route to the allied nations, I'll meet with their higher-ups and—" Daniel's demands were simple: permanent residency, a new identity, personal protection, and a modest amount of money. He wasn't worried about the deal falling through. "Now let's see, should I aim for residency in Edria?" Edria was a major power in the Allied nations and held a permanent seat on the Security Council. At the moment, it seemed like the safest country, far removed from the devastation of war. Calidra, the one who effectively rules Edria, is sharp and calculating. That thought lingered in Daniel's mind. But there was one thing that troubled him. Lucy was also from Edria. He couldn't predict how she, someone who despised traitors, would react if she ever found out about his defection. Maybe another country would be better after all. While seriously considering his options, Daniel shrugged his shoulders. For now, escaping the empire took priority, and these minor concerns could be sorted out later. Of course, in the worst-case scenario, the kingdom might take the confidential information and abandon him afterward. But Daniel wasn't too worried about that. From their perspective, I'm practically a VIP handing over classified secrets without any conditions. They'll see me as a valuable asset for future use. Popping a peeled shrimp into his mouth, Daniel smirked. That minister, Ivan, he's probably treating me like a savior by now. Regardless of appearances, it was only natural for a nation to covet an enemy staff officer willing to defect and share secrets favorable to them. Now it's just a matter of time. Feeling satisfied that everything was proceeding according to plan, Daniel resumed his meal with a contented smile. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Karl Peter Kraus had skipped breakfast entirely, absorbed in his work. If the negotiations failed, the Corps would need to launch a full-scale assault. He was meticulously reviewing the countless plans already prepared, from beginning to end. It was exhausting and tedious, but it was the best way to minimize casualties among his soldiers. Of course, achieving peace through negotiations would be ideal. But Karl Peter wasn't optimistic. It wasn't that he distrusted Daniel, the man recommended by his deputy chief of staff, Cedric Vendel. Rather, Karl Peter himself believed the Empire's demands were simply too unreasonable. Not even the elite military advisors who had accompanied earlier negotiations had been able to make progress. Pinning his hopes on Daniel seemed like a long shot. As long as the kingdom's resolve to resist remains firm, we'll have no choice but to resort to force. It pained him to think of the sacrifices that would result. But there was no avoiding it. Caught in his tangled thoughts, Karl Peter leaned back in his chair. Knock, knock. A sharp rapping on the door broke the silence. At the sound of the knock, Karl Peter opened his eyes and spoke. Come in. The door opened, and Lieutenant Colonel Karl Frenn, his aide, stepped inside. For a moment, Karl Peter thought he might have brought breakfast, but Karl Frenn's hands were empty. What is it? I'm busy, so get to the point. Karl Peter's words trailed off. Karl Frenn's face was visibly pale, his expression shaken. Lade. Even as Karl Peter asked, there was no immediate response. Finally grasping the gravity of the situation, Karl Peter let out a low sigh. The kingdom must have sent word rejecting the negotiations. It can't be helped. His Majesty's orders are clear. If they refuse even the third warning, we proceed with a full scale. No, sir. Karl Frenn cut him off, causing Karl Peter's eyebrow to twitch. Interruptions were rare, and the break in protocol was enough to unsettle him. What do you mean, no, don't tell me? Karl Peter's eyes widened, an uncommon expression of surprise crossing his face. Did Daniel succeed in the negotiations? Swallowing hard, Karl Frenn nodded. Yes, sir. According to the telegram we received this morning, the kingdom has agreed to comply with all of the Empire's demands. In addition, they've offered to cede Begenheim along with Nordia. What? Karl Peter's mouth hung open in disbelief. Not only had the kingdom accepted the original terms, but they had even volunteered to cede Begenheim, a city adjacent to the Empire. The same kingdom that had sworn to fight to the death. The nation that had bared its teeth and roared defiance was now wagging its tail like a frightened dog. They've completely broken. This is submission, plain and simple. Snapping out of his daze, Karl Peter turned to Karl Frenn and asked, What exactly happened at that negotiation table? Do you know anything? Karl Frenn hesitated, casting a wary glance at Karl Peter before speaking in a lowered voice. No one overheard the conversation, so the details are unclear. But when the kingdom's foreign minister Ivan was later asked about the meeting, Karl Friend paused before continuing cautiously. He said it felt as if he'd been speaking to the devil himself, wearing the mask of a man. A heavy silence fell between them. Hearing those words sent a cold chill down Karl Peter's spine, and for the first time, he felt sweat forming on his brow. Major Daniel, what exactly did he do in there? It was the first time Karl Peter had ever felt such fear at the success of his own ally. Chapter 51. Daniel hummed a tune as he returned to his hotel room after finishing breakfast and completing his morning routine. The thought of leaving behind the perilous life in the Empire lifted his spirits in more ways than one. Not only will I no longer have to deal with Lucy trying to kill me, but I also won't have to worry about being executed as a war criminal. On top of that, the danger of dying to a stray bullet on the battlefield would also disappear. 3 birds with 1 stone. Wearing a soft smile, Daniel opened the refrigerator in the kitchenette and took out Roquefort cheese and ice. A strong, distinct aroma wafted from the Roquefort, also known as blue cheese. Nice, it's aged perfectly. The cheese had been a gift from the citizens of Nordia, who pooled their money to buy it for him before his departure. Since it was a luxury item with a hefty price tag, he'd been saving it. But now that he was about to leave the Empire, there was no need to hold back any longer. Placing the cheese on the table, Daniel then took a bottle of standard-issue whiskey and a glass from the shelf. He set the glass on the table, added a few ice cubes, and poured a modest amount of whiskey. The amber color of the whiskey, reminiscent of a sunset, filled half the glass. While it felt slightly wasteful to pair such expensive cheese with standard-issue whiskey, it was still a luxury by battlefield standards, so he couldn't complain. Pushing the whiskey bottle aside, Daniel picked up the glass and walked toward the window. He wanted to savor a sip while looking out at the view. What should I do first if I successfully defect? Should I start painting? I always wanted to be an artist. Lost in thought, Daniel shook his head. Art won't make money unless I become top tier. Then baking. I helped the director back home bake bread a few times. I remember being praised for having talent back then. While contemplating his future plans, Daniel walked over to the window and looked down outside. The square below the hotel was bustling with soldiers, just like any other day. The only difference today was that, under the glow of the streetlights, the soldiers seemed unusually energetic. Did something happen? Curious, he kept watching as what appeared to be lower-ranking soldiers began running around, delivering messages. After receiving reports, officers and senior soldiers exchanged a few words before suddenly erupting into cheers. Soon, some soldiers began pointing to the 7th floor of the hotel, where Daniel was staying and saluting in his direction. What started as 1 or 2 salutes quickly spread like wildfire. All of them were smiling as they saluted Daniel, and even a few junior officers joined in. Caught off guard, Daniel broke into a cold sweat as hundreds of soldiers in the square honored him. What the hell? He didn't understand. No, more accurately, he didn't want to understand. Trying to suppress the unease bubbling within him, Daniel took a sip from his whiskey glass. No way, it can't be. Just as he struggled to calm his racing thoughts, there was a polite knock at the door, followed by a voice from outside. Major Daniel Steiner, are you inside? It's the Corps Commander's aide. Why was it that ominous premonitions always turned out to be right? Running a hand down his face, Daniel set the whiskey glass on the table and walked toward the door. After taking a deep breath, he opened it to find Lieutenant Colonel Karl Friend standing there. Lieutenant Colonel Friend, what brings you here at this hour? Daniel's question was met with a warm smile from Karl Friend. I came to deliver good news. The kingdom has accepted your proposal. My proposal. They agreed to all of the empire's original terms, and on top of that, they've offered to cede Begenheim along with Nordia. It's an incredible victory. Karl Frenn burst into hearty laughter, but Daniel was nothing short of confused. Why? In the game, the kingdom had rejected negotiations 3 times and fought to the bitter end. So why were they suddenly raising the white flag like frightened dogs? Even after I handed over second-class classified information to give them an advantage, they surrendered. As his mind raced to make sense of the situation, Daniel clenched his fist without realizing it. Could it be a gap in intelligence? If the kingdom's military had failed to accurately assess the imperial army's strength and resources, the classified information he provided might have come across as a veiled threat. But for such a discrepancy to occur, it would mean the kingdom's intelligence network had been deliberately sabotaged and fed false information. And the Empire had done no such thing. Although they had intercepted the kingdom's communications, they hadn't spread false reports. The Empire's goal was to pressure the kingdom into accepting a ceasefire, not to provoke them into rejecting negotiations. Then, it had to be the allied nations pulling the strings behind the kingdom. Their goal wasn't simply the kingdom's defeat, but to prolong the Empire's invasion, causing as much damage as possible before letting the kingdom collapse. Damn it! To think the allied nations had manipulated the kingdom, this thoroughly and systematically. Realizing his plan had gone off the rails, Daniel's eyes darkened with concern. Karl Frenn, watching Daniel's reaction, couldn't help but be impressed. Even after hearing such monumental news, he remains astonishingly composed. Seeing Daniel's composed demeanor, Karl Frenn felt a pang of shame. Well, even though we've forced the kingdom to surrender, the Empire is still at war with the allied nations. A commanding officer leading soldiers can't afford to celebrate carelessly. It wouldn't set the right example. Daniel Steiner truly lived up to his title as the Empire's hero. Clearing his throat, Karl Frenn adopted a more serious tone and spoke. Well done, Major Daniel Steiner. Now that the mission is complete, I'll arrange for your return to the capital. Thank you, sir. No, it's we who owe you our gratitude. Oh, and one more thing. The Emperor himself has requested an audience with you. Daniel looked at Karl Frenn in shock. His Majesty wants to see me. That's right. Thanks to you, what could have turned into a drawn-out war with the kingdom ended in its early stages. His Majesty must be very pleased. Karl Frenn's words were meant as congratulations, a sign that Daniel's career was about to skyrocket. But for Daniel, it only meant trouble. Being noticed by the Emperor could drag him into the impending battle for succession, a political quagmire he wanted no part of. However, unable to reveal his concerns, Daniel forced an awkward smile. It would be a great honor. That's the spirit. You've worked hard, get some well-deserved rest today. Yes, sir, thank you. Karl Frenn gave a final nod and left, walking slowly down the stairs. After watching him disappear, Daniel shut the door. Still gripping the doorknob, he stood in silence for a moment before abruptly shouting. Why? Turning around, Daniel stomped toward the table, yelling. Why the hell does this keep happening to me? Why can't I just be happy? He grabbed the whiskey bottle, ready to hurl it across the room. But with visible effort, he restrained himself and set it back down. I need this drink. There was no point in taking out his frustration on perfectly good alcohol. With a deep sigh, Daniel sank into a chair and downed the whiskey left in his glass. It tasted bitter. I was happy just moments ago. Forcing himself to bury his dreams of being a painter or a baker, Daniel poured himself another glass. It looked like he'd be drinking a lot tonight. Meanwhile, at the same time in Edria, one of the allied nations, Count Calidra, what do you think you're doing? Count Calidra strode into the palace audience chamber with his private guards in tow. He was even openly carrying a pistol at his waist, in blatant violation of the law prohibiting weapons in the chamber. Yet Calidra approached the throne without so much as a flicker of hesitation. The dull thud of his cane striking the floor echoed with each step. Facing the king, who gripped the armrests of the throne tightly, Calidra gave a slight bow. "Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness for this breach of decorum, but time is of the essence, and I had no choice but to bypass formalities." "Calidra, do you realize what you're saying in front of His Majesty?" One of the ministers present pointed an accusatory finger at Calidra and raised his voice. Calidra, clearly irritated, took a deep breath and turned to face the minister. His sharp, snake-like eyes gleamed with barely veiled menace. "Did I not make myself clear? Time is of the essence." The unspoken command to stay silent left the minister swallowing nervously and clenching his fists. Having silenced the outburst, Calidra looked back at the king. "Your Majesty, with the assistance of the Central Intelligence Department, I have uncovered and eliminated traitors plotting rebellion. I believe it is only right for you to see their vile faces for yourself." At Calidra's signal, one of his guards stepped forward carrying a box. The guard approached the king and opened the lid. The king, along with the ministers present, recoiled in shock. Inside the box was a severed head. Not just any head, but that of a minister who had spent the entire day criticizing Calidra and pushing for the strengthening of royal authority. This man had also secretly been preparing to assassinate Calidra under orders from the king. Placing his hand over his chest in mock mourning, Calidra glanced at the severed head. "What a pitiful fool! This man was conspiring against you, Your Majesty. He was secretly training soldiers behind your back." Everyone in the chamber knew that Calidra was lying. No one dared to question Calidra's words. Savoring the heavy silence for a moment, Calidra turned back to the king. Then, dropping his smile, he scowled fiercely. "If anyone dares to commit such disgraceful acts again." Calidra slammed his cane against the floor with a thunderous crack. While the room trembled under a wave of fear, Calidra's voice dropped to an ominous whisper. "They will meet the same fate. Isn't that right, Your Majesty?" The king, chilled to the bone by Calidra's words, slowly nodded. Seeing this, Calidra stepped back and bowed. His free hand extended gracefully to the side, in accordance with royal court etiquette. Yet his eyes remained cold and sharp, fixed menacingly on the king. Finishing his bow, Calidra turned on his heel and strode out without waiting for the king's permission. Mud from his boots stained the pristine floor of the audience chamber with each step he took. Leaving the hall behind, Calidra exited the palace. A large group of soldiers trailed him as the deputy director of the Central Intelligence Department, who had been waiting at the entrance, approached. Calidra's sharp gaze fell on the man, who bowed deeply before speaking. "Your Excellency, according to our latest intelligence, the Kingdom of Eldresia has accepted the Empire's terms." For the first time, cracks appeared in Calidra's otherwise icy demeanor. "Why?" The deputy hesitated briefly before replying. "It seems the kingdom's foreign minister changed his mind after meeting with Major Daniel Steiner. We don't have detailed information about what was discussed, but..." After gauging Calidra's reaction, the deputy carefully continued. "The foreign minister reportedly stated that Major Daniel Steiner instructed him to inform the allied nations that Eldresia has surrendered." Calidra's grip tightened around the handle of his cane. Arrogant bastard. But it was an arrogance backed by ability. Somehow, Daniel reminded Calidra of his younger self. Daniel Steiner, was he an even greater force than I had anticipated? Lost in thought, Calidra began walking again. Tell Lucy to accelerate the operation. That man is sharp and meticulous. If she fails to build trust quickly, even Lucy could risk exposure. The deputy responded with a quick bow and stepped back. Calidra then climbed into the back seat of the waiting sedan and let out a quiet breath. Taking out a handkerchief, he wiped the blood splattered on his cheek and muttered under his breath, "Daniel Steiner." Perhaps, just perhaps, that man might prove to be an even more troublesome adversary than the emperor himself. Chapter 52. At dawn, Daniel began preparing to return to the capital. Although he had drunk quite a bit the night before, it hadn't been enough to leave any noticeable effects the next day. The only real difference was the slightly darker circles under his eyes. Thanks to Lieutenant Colonel Carl Friend's consideration, Daniel's headquarters company was able to ride in well-maintained military vehicles. Departing from the Corps headquarters, Daniel finally arrived at the capital after about 10 days of travel. As soon as Daniel's military jeep entered the city, citizens erupted into cheers and showered the streets with flower petals they had prepared in advance. News of Daniel's successful negotiations with the kingdom had already spread widely throughout the capital. Annoyed by the attention, Daniel used fatigue as an excuse to avoid reacting. Of course, the citizens' enthusiasm didn't fade just because Daniel didn't respond. Even at the entrance of the General Staff headquarters, crowds were waiting with banners full of praise, waving them so much that Daniel felt dizzy. However, once inside the restricted area of the headquarters, where civilians weren't allowed, he was finally able to relax. "Wait, look over there. Isn't that Her Highness the Princess?" At least that was the case until Freen spoke. Opening his eyes and looking out the window, Daniel let out a low sigh. Just as Freen had said, Princess Selvia was standing in front of the headquarters' main gate, accompanied by Colonel Hartman, the chief of her royal guard. I can already guess why she's here. But was it really necessary for the princess to personally greet him? As Daniel pondered this, the lead jeep slowly came to a stop. When Daniel stepped out, Selvia, who had been talking with Hartman, turned her head toward him. She was dressed in the imperial officer's uniform, but unlike the standard black, hers was a pristine white made of superior fabric. Instead of a rank insignia, her uniform bore the imperial eagle, the symbol of the royal family. With all its luxurious embellishments, it was a uniform that only royalty were permitted to wear. Perhaps dignity really did come from one's attire. As Selvia, clad in the royal uniform, approached, even Freen and Lucy appeared visibly tense. Daniel was no exception, though his nerves were slightly dulled by the exhaustion of the long journey. "Your Highness." Daniel saluted, and Selvia approached with a bright, innocent smile. "Why did you take so long? Do you know how long I've been waiting for?" She cut herself off mid-sentence and cleared her throat. She must have realized it would be inappropriate to act so casually in front of others. "Major Daniel Steiner, I've heard all about your achievements on the battlefield. I'm sure you're aware that my father wishes to meet you." "Yes, Your Highness, I've been informed." "Good, then let's not waste time. His Majesty is waiting for you at the palace. It's not far, we'll get there quickly." Now, Daniel was caught off guard and hesitated briefly before speaking. "Your Highness, right this moment." Selvia let out a quiet breath, her expression softening with an apology. I know this is improper, but my father's condition is critical. He only has a few days each month when his mind is clear. He wants to meet you while he's still lucid." Daniel was aware that the emperor's health had been deteriorating. I didn't think it was so bad that he could barely stay coherent. Seeing no other option, Daniel nodded. "Understood, I'll accompany you, Your Highness." "Thank you. Oh, and there's something important I need to talk to you about as well. but we can discuss that on the way. Follow me. Sylvia turned and walked toward a limousine parked near the headquarters. A chauffeur in a formal suit stood by the open door, bowing deeply. It was overwhelming, but Daniel couldn't refuse the princess's request. Following her, Daniel climbed into the limousine. Once the chauffeur closed the door, he entered the driver's seat and gently pressed the accelerator. Watching the limousine slowly leave the headquarters, Freen crossed her arms and sighed. I thought we'd get to throw a party to celebrate Major Steiner's achievements, but as soon as we arrived, Her Highness snatched him away. Beside her, Lucy remained silent, simply watching the limousine disappear in the distance. Then, as if struck by an idea, she turned to Freen. Cadet Freen, were you popular with men? Well, I suppose so. I did receive a few confessions. I never dated anyone, though. Why do you think you were popular? Freen tilted her head thoughtfully before shrugging. Maybe I looked fragile. Back when I lived at the church, I was pretty timid. They probably wanted to protect me. Or maybe. She smirked. Maybe they thought they'd get a chance if they were nice to me. Men are wolves, after all. You know, if a woman pretends to be drunk, men supposedly can't resist showing their true instincts, right? What? Huh, are you even listening? Drunk women are defenseless. It's the easiest time for men to act on their instincts. Wait. Why is she asking me this? Freen furrowed her brow as she looked at Lucy. Second Lieutenant Lucy, you're not planning to do something to Major Steiner, are you? Lucy flinched. For a moment, she thought her mission had been exposed. Avoiding Freen's gaze, she mumbled quietly. No. Watching Lucy's awkward response, Freen thought to herself. This woman is absolutely terrible at lying. Freen didn't know what Lucy was hiding, but one thing was clear. There was no way she was a professional spy. News of the ceasefire negotiations, led by Daniel Steiner, naturally reached Nordia as well. Upon hearing the news, Hamthel, the leader of the secret society Black Crows, immediately convened a council meeting. The heads of each branch responded to the summons without exception. Candle flames flickered calmly atop the candlesticks that adorned the table. In the heavy atmosphere, Hamthel confirmed that all the branch leaders were present and began speaking. Thank you for attending without complaint despite the sudden summons. As some of you might have already guessed, I've called this meeting regarding the recent ceasefire agreement. The branch leaders silently acknowledged his statement. As you all know, the success of the ceasefire agreement has freed Nordia completely from the kingdom's oppression. The citizens are rejoicing that they no longer need to bow to the whims of the nobility. A satisfied smile formed on Hamthel's lips. That's not all. Discrimination against people of color has disappeared, and taxes have been reduced to an astonishing degree. It's no exaggeration to say that a city built for its citizens has been born. This is all thanks to... Hamthel nodded at the man in the black robe who had spoken. Yes. It's a miracle brought about by Daniel Steiner. All of us owe him a great debt, don't you agree? The branch leaders hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Because it was the truth. Daniel Steiner has fulfilled our long-standing wish. What no one could achieve over the past 10 years, what even the gods did not grant, was realized by Daniel Steiner. Hamthel's smile faded as he narrowed his eyes solemnly. And so, from this moment on, I intend to repay the debt we owe to Daniel Steiner. What do you all think? Will you act like beasts, taking his gift for granted? One by one, the branch leaders shook their heads. Seeing this, Hamthel raised his voice. Then, the Black Crows must now act as Daniel Steiner's shadow. Ensuring his survival will undoubtedly benefit not just us, but the entire world. To Hamthel, Daniel Steiner was a prophet. While others had hesitated, afraid of the consequences of challenging deeply rooted corruption, Daniel Steiner had stepped forward and destroyed those injustices as if it were the most natural thing to do. But Hamthel knew. Prophets throughout history had always faced persecution. There was no guarantee that Daniel Steiner wouldn't face threats to his life. Thus, Hamthel intended to use the power of the Black Crows to secure Daniel's survival. Since everyone seems to be in agreement, let me explain. Starting now, the Black Crows will relocate all branches to the capital. We will thoroughly investigate whether there are any forces plotting against Daniel Steiner. And what if we find hostile forces during the process? We'll suppress them, even if it requires force. Although the command might have seemed extreme, the branch leaders simply nodded in understanding. Some of them even smiled. After all, for the past 10 years, the branch leaders had frequently fought the private armies of nobles. Using force was hardly unusual for them. However, not everyone agreed with Hamthel's orders. The man in the black robe, deep in thought, finally spoke up. But is it even possible to relocate the branches to the capital? We're still citizens of the kingdom. He trailed off mid-sentence. A sudden realization struck him. I see. Since the kingdom has ceded Nordia, we're now citizens of the empire. They'll likely accept any applications for nationality changes. With the risk eliminated, there was no longer a reason to reject Hamthel's proposal. Hamthel nodded at the man and then looked around at the other branch leaders. Now that the discussion is over, let's proceed to the vote. Raise your glasses if you agree with the motion. At Hamthel's words, the branch leaders immediately raised their glasses of wine. The man in the black robe also raised his glass, and the branch leaders spoke the purpose for which the Black Crows had been founded. For the day when hatred and discrimination are eradicated from the world. Seeing the unanimous decision, Hamthel smiled and raised his own glass. And for Daniel Steiner as well. Chapter 53. I sat in the back seat of the limousine, taking a deep breath. The soft and luxurious velvet covering the leather seats felt smooth and comfortable. It was a sensation I could never experience in a military vehicle, yet I couldn't feel the slightest bit of joy. That was because, sitting right next to me, was none other than one of the most revered figures in the empire, the princess. Even if it's a summons from His Majesty, was it really necessary for the princess to come out in person? As my unease grew, Sylvia turned away from the window and looked at me. Her clear blue eyes, reminiscent of the sea, narrowed seriously. It was clear she had something to say. Major Daniel. Lowering her voice, Sylvia whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. I hate to bring this up when you've only just returned from the battlefield, but I don't think I'll have another chance to discuss this. So please forgive me for speaking out now. I had a bad feeling about this. Sensing the atmosphere shift, I braced myself as Sylvia continued. There have been constant attacks against me here in the capital, or rather, attacks against my support base to be precise. If it were just media slander, I wouldn't even care, but... Sylvia let out a low sigh. It's getting worse. Recently, there have even been threats against the lives of politicians who support me. Anyone can see this is my brother's doing. As I listened silently, Sylvia clenched her teeth. Their movements are systematic and organized. There must be a leadership issuing orders somewhere. But no matter how much we search the capital, we can't find them. So then, yes, they must be operating from somewhere safe outside the capital. They're likely manipulating the media and shaking my support base from behind the scenes. Those disgusting bastards. Sylvia scowled, clearly outraged. From the sound of it, this was an internal struggle for the throne. A brutal and hidden war was raging beneath the surface, something the common people wouldn't even notice. In modern terms, it was like rival political campaigns sabotaging one another. The problem was that this wasn't the modern era. It was closer to the early modern period. Given the times, it was obvious that things wouldn't stop at propaganda. Violence and bloodshed were inevitable. I absolutely didn't want to get involved. But the fact that Sylvia was confiding in me could only mean one thing. She's trying to recruit me. If Sylvia managed to secure the Empire's so-called hero, it wouldn't just solidify her support base. It would also add legitimacy to her claim to the throne. Sylvia's intentions were painfully obvious, but there was no way I could accept. I'm already struggling to survive, and now she wants me to make the prince my enemy too. If I accepted Sylvia's proposal, it would practically guarantee an assassination double feature. But outright refusal would put me on the future emperor's bad side. As I frantically ran through my options, Sylvia looked up at me, her anger subsiding. The faint glimmer of expectation in her eyes felt unbearably heavy. Major Daniel, so about what I was going to say. No, if she uttered the words, "Join hands with me," there'd be no turning back. Panicked, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "Your Highness, by the way, you've become even more beautiful since the last time I saw you." Sylvia blinked, stunned into silence by the sudden compliment. Ugh. Seeing her frozen in confusion, I seized the chance to change the subject. Suppressing the cold sweat forming on my back, I leaned slightly toward her, trying to keep my tone as natural as possible. I must have spent too long at the front lines to think I hadn't noticed how radiant your Highness has become. Sylvia's lips parted slightly. Hearing yet another compliment about her appearance, her cheeks flushed faintly with embarrassment. This was it. I decided to push a little further. "Your Highness, do you remember when we spoke during that time you disguised yourself as a war correspondent?" "I remember." "I'm relieved. I was worried that the memories we shared might have faded. Back then, your Highness was an innocent young girl, but now you've blossomed into an elegant lady." I added a smile, and Sylvia's face reddened further as she averted her gaze. After closing her eyes briefly, she reopened them and gave me a sidelong glare. "Don't say weird things. I told you before, you have no sense of personal space. If I've been rude, I sincerely beg your forgiveness, your Highness." Fidgeting with her fingers, Sylvia cleared her throat and muttered softly. "I didn't say it was rude." Hearing her curt response, I let out a faint chuckle and leaned back. An awkward silence settled between us after that. To me, it was the most welcome silence in the world. At least the conversation hadn't escalated any further. I survived. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing just how close I'd come to being dragged into the succession war. Still, I couldn't help but worry whether I just made the mistake of flirting with the future emperor. As soon as Daniel arrived at the imperial palace, he underwent a brief body search before being escorted to the emperor's chambers. It seemed Sylvia had other appointments, as she did not accompany him. Instead, one of the emperor's personal attendants took over the task of guiding him. The destination was not the audience hall, but the emperor's bedroom. The reason was simple. The emperor did not have the strength to properly dress and appear in the formal audience hall. "Your Majesty, Major Daniel Steiner has arrived." The attendant knocked and spoke, and a reply came after a short pause. "Come in." The attendant opened the door. Beyond the door, the emperor's bedroom was surprisingly modest. Apart from the luxurious furniture, the oversized bed, and the sheer size of the room, there were not many extravagant decorations. The emperor was seated at a table in the center of the room, playing chess. Daniel froze momentarily when he noticed the rank of the man sitting across from the emperor. 4 stars adorned the man's shoulder insignia. With his sharply angled mustache, he was Johannes Kuntz, the highest-ranking general and the captain of the Imperial Guard. He was also the man the emperor personally trusted the most. Recognizing Johans, Daniel shifted his gaze to the emperor. His gaunt appearance made it clear he had lost much of his flesh, but the strength in his demeanor remained unbroken. Bertram von Amberg, the undisputed ruler of the empire, and the enlightened monarch who had built its modern foundation. Faced with these two giants, Daniel found himself involuntarily tensing up. He stepped forward nervously and saluted. "Your Majesty, I have come in response to your summon." "That's enough, come closer." Interrupted mid-sentence, Daniel awkwardly nodded and walked closer to Bertram. The emperor stroked his short beard as he stared down at the chessboard. "Do you play chess?" "I've picked up the basics here and there." "Is that so? Then what do you think of this situation? It looks like I'm at a disadvantage." Glancing at the board, Daniel carefully studied the pieces before speaking. "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, it is not your Majesty who is at a disadvantage, but rather the captain of the guard." I have far fewer pieces, yet you think the captain is at a disadvantage." "Yes, your Majesty." Bertram turned to Johans with a playful look. "You hear that?" "Haha, perhaps he's right." Johans laughed it off, while Bertram turned back to Daniel. "Very well, Major Daniel. Explain to me why I'm in the lead." "Yes, your Majesty. First, let's have your Majesty's rook capture the pawn on the left. That would put the captain's king in check. Since your Majesty's queen is positioned diagonally, the king would be forced to move to g8. Go on." At this point, the rook can return, delivering another check. If the king captures the rook, your Majesty's queen will immediately attack. The king will then have no choice but to retreat to h8, repeating this process. Johans raised both hands in surrender, looking exasperated. "Well, it seems I've lost. It's only a matter of time before all my pieces are devoured. Your Majesty is victorious." "Strictly speaking, the victory belongs to Major Daniel. That was an excellent strategy, truly impressive." "I agree. You could have had a brilliant career as a chess player." Johans shrugged and stood up from his seat. Seeing this, Daniel stepped back and knelt on one knee. He knew the game of chess had merely been an icebreaker, and now it was time to get to the real topic. As Johans began clearing the chess pieces from the board, Bertram turned and looked down at Daniel. "Major Daniel, I heard you not only captured Nordia, but also successfully concluded the armistice negotiations with the kingdom. On behalf of the empire, I extend my gratitude." "It is an honor, your Majesty." "It is too soon to feel honored. I still have something to give you, Johans." At Bertram's words, Johans, who had just finished clearing the chessboard, picked up a box that had been placed beside the table. When the box was opened, a medal was revealed. It was the Golden Cross Medal, the Empire's highest first-class diplomatic award. Given the undeniable merit of his achievements, Daniel had no grounds to refuse it. "Stand up." Following Johans's words, Daniel rose from his kneeling position. Johans patted Daniel's shoulder once before pinning the medal onto his chest. "As far as I know, the Golden Cross Medal has never been awarded to someone as young as you. That just shows how significant your accomplishments have been." Offering his compliments, Johans patted Daniel's shoulder again before stepping back. As Johans moved away, Daniel knelt down once more, mindful of the emperor's presence. "I'm sure you've already received plenty of praise for your achievements, so I won't repeat what others have said. Instead, let me ask you about something far more important." "An important matter, your Majesty." "In your opinion, who do you believe is more suited to become emperor, my daughter or my son? Personally, I'm not confident in either of them." Cold sweat trickled down Daniel's back. He had just managed to evade Selvia, only to find himself now cornered by the emperor himself. Thinking quickly, Daniel bowed his head and responded, "I cannot dare express an opinion on this matter, Your Majesty." "What, are you refusing to answer my question?" Berthram's voice sharpened, and Daniel hurriedly raised his voice. "Your Majesty, that is not my intention. I am a soldier of the Empire, and it is clearly stated in imperial law that soldiers must maintain political neutrality. Were I to give an opinion, it would mean disregarding not only Your Majesty's authority, but also the sacred laws of the Empire." Daniel bowed even lower. "Thus, if Your Majesty insists on hearing my answer, it would be proper to first release me from my military position. Only then could I answer freely, according to my beliefs." Hearing this, the corners of Berthram's lips curved upward slightly. What a cunning man! By invoking imperial law as his reason for refusal, Daniel had effectively cornered the emperor. Even as the sovereign ruler, Berthram could not command Daniel to violate the law without undermining the empire's very foundation. Moreover, dismissing Daniel from the military for the sake of an answer would only appear absurd. Trapped by Daniel's logic, Berthram let out a low chuckle. "I think I've figured out what kind of man you are. You must be tired. Go ahead and leave." "Yes, Your Majesty." Although the emperor's tone made him uneasy, Daniel couldn't disobey. After saluting, Daniel turned and left the room. Watching him go, Berthram's smile lingered as he spoke. "Did you see that? The man's true nature." "To some extent, yes," Johans replied. When Berthram first asked Daniel about the chessboard, Daniel had appeared briefly flustered, but had quickly offered his honest assessment. Most people, even if they knew the right answer, would have pretended ignorance rather than risk offending Your Majesty in your weakened state. Exactly, people normally hesitate and play it safe, but Daniel didn't. He confidently spoke his mind, which is an admirable trait for a soldier. Yet, when it came to the question about the prince and princess, he refused to answer. Nodding, Berthram laughed, finding the situation amusing. "He only bows his head to those he respects. While I may be the emperor, my children are not." I'm certain that man is carefully weighing his options, deciding who he should lend his strength to. Taking a sip of water, Berthram continued, "To me, that man is a wolf. He only follows the strong, but wolves are quick to sink their teeth into a leader they perceive as weak." Johann swallowed nervously. "Are you suggesting—" "Yes, he's capable but dangerously unpredictable, like a double-edged sword. I don't know which of my children will end up holding that sword, but the moment they show weakness, they'll be torn apart." To Berthram, the sharp look in Daniel's eyes resembled that of his own grandfather, who had seized the throne through bloodshed. Setting the cup down, Berthram turned to Johans. "Make sure my children are protected from that wolf's fangs. Do not let this empire fall into his hands." Johans nodded and stared at the door through which Daniel had left. A wolf that could devour the empire. He wanted to dismiss the emperor's concerns as mere paranoia, but when he recalled Daniel's piercing gaze, a chill ran down his spine. Without realizing it, Johans gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He could only hope the emperor's fears would turn out to be nothing more than needless worry. Chapter 54. The next day, Daniel reported to the General Staff Headquarters and entered the operations room to deliver his briefing to Ernst, the Chief of Staff. After completing the formal report, Ernst smiled in satisfaction and informed Daniel that from now on, he could carry out his duties in a private office. The reasoning was that someone as talented as Daniel didn't need to spend time mingling with the other staff in the operations room. Daniel firmly refused, but Ernst, as if the matter had already been decided from above, added the word order to his statement and remained unyielding. As a result, even though the day had already stretched into the afternoon, Daniel found himself working in his private office. Not far away, Lucy was also reviewing documents, an added detail to his surroundings. Watching Lucy as she sat at the desk, completely focused on her work, Daniel leaned back in his chair, feeling the fatigue creep in. "So, I've returned to the capital." Unfortunately, this wasn't the situation Daniel had hoped for. Because he had returned from the battlefield with an overwhelming number of military achievements, the likelihood of being dragged into the succession struggle between the prince and the princess had skyrocketed. For now, he had managed to temporarily stave off involvement, but there was no telling when their claws would reach this far. And to make matters worse, even His Majesty doesn't seem to trust me. From Daniel's perspective, the Emperor's attitude yesterday had felt as though he were testing his intentions. He wasn't sure what conclusions the Emperor had drawn from that interaction, but he doubted they were favorable. Even the people in the general staff seemed to be avoiding me. When Daniel entered the operations room earlier that day to give his report, the awkward silence had left him feeling uneasy. He had expected to be welcomed back with warm greetings, but the staff instead seemed subdued, stealing nervous glances at him. A few staff members approached and offered greetings, but even those felt stiff and unnatural. Major Daniel, it's truly a relief to see you return safely. Please don't hesitate to let us know if you need anything. The Golden Cross Medal, I heard His Majesty awarded it to you personally. The vague sense of fear in their voices and expressions still lingered in his mind. So the rumors have spread that I ruthlessly threatened the foreign minister of the enemy nation to force a negotiation. It was an obvious misunderstanding, yet his position left him unable to refute it. In trying to untangle one knot, he had only managed to tie several more in its place. Letting out a quiet sigh, Daniel looked toward Lucy, clinging to her like a drowning man grasping at straws. "Lieutenant, do I seem scary to you?" Lucy looked up, blinking a few times before answering. "I'm not sure I understand the intent of your question, but in my view, Major, you are not a frightening person. Can't you be at least a little scared of me?" Suppressing his inner thoughts, Daniel simply nodded vaguely and pretended to focus on his work. Seeing this, Lucy also turned back to her documents and resumed reviewing them. Still glancing at Lucy, Daniel flipped through a few papers before setting them down again. Today, it was impossible for him to concentrate on work. "I suppose I should stop by the officers' club after work." At Daniel's muttered comment, Lucy's ears perked up. The officers' club. As far as Lucy knew, the officers' club at the Imperial General Staff Headquarters was more of a social gathering place in the style of a bar that served drinks and cocktails. Sensing an opportunity, Lucy glanced at Daniel and slowly began formulating a plan. After work, Daniel headed straight to the officers' club without a moment's hesitation. Lucy, who witnessed this, lingered around the vicinity for about an hour before entering the club herself. The 1-hour delay was a deliberate move to create the impression that their encounter was purely coincidental. "All right, let's begin." Lucy stepped into the officers' club and scanned the surroundings. The soft glow of elegant lighting illuminated the interior, complemented by wooden panels and velvet sofas, giving the space a classic and refined atmosphere. The sight of junior and senior officers mingling and sharing drinks made it clear why the place was considered a hub for social gatherings. "Now, where is Daniel Steiner?" Lucy's eyes moved around as she searched for her target, eventually spotting Daniel sitting alone at the bar table. After steadying herself with a deep breath to calm her nerves, Lucy approached and took the seat next to him. "Major, so this is where you were." She spoke naturally, but no response came from Daniel. When she glanced over at him, He was gripping the glass on the table with one hand while resting his forehead in the other, eyes closed. He appeared to be lost in thought. Lucy wasn't sure what he was thinking about, but she instinctively felt that interrupting him might not be the best idea. Instead, she looked up at the bartender. "Excuse me." Oh, miss, what can I get for you?" Caught off guard by the bartender's friendly tone, Lucy hesitated for a moment before responding. "I'll have the same thing as Major Daniel." "A Scotch whiskey, specifically Johnny Walker. It's smooth, sophisticated, and easy to enjoy, a fine choice." The bartender pulled out a clean glass, dropped a large ice cube inside, and poured the golden whiskey. "Here you go." Lucy nodded and accepted the glass handed to her. The whiskey's amber hue shimmered under the soft lighting, adding to the ambience. Lucy gently swirled the liquid in the glass, catching a faint reflection of her own face. Alcohol. It had always been something she avoided, since it offered no real benefit to her espionage work. But if she wanted to bond with Daniel and, ultimately, seduce him, this was a hurdle she needed to overcome. Steeling herself, Lucy closed her eyes and took a sip of the whiskey. Her face immediately scrunched up in discomfort. Ugh. It felt like fire scorching her throat as it went down. The sharp, lingering burn of alcohol in her mouth was outright unpleasant. Why does Daniel drink this stuff? Still reeling from the taste, Lucy turned to glance at Daniel, only to be startled by the fact that his posture hadn't changed one bit. Wait, was he sleeping? Blinking in disbelief, Lucy looked toward the bartender. "Excuse me, I have a question." "What would you like to know?" "Has the Major been drinking a lot?" Following Lucy's question, the bartender glanced at Daniel and smirked, shrugging his shoulders. "Oh yes, seems like he had a rough day. He downed 7 glasses in a row." Kept mumbling something philosophical, something about life being an endless chain of suffering, and then closed his eyes. He's been like this ever since. Lucy couldn't believe what she was hearing. She had planned to pretend to be drunk and use that as a pretext to seduce Daniel, but instead, she found herself dealing with a man who was already completely passed out. Letting out a low sigh, Lucy stood up and bowed slightly to the bartender. "I apologize on the Major's behalf for any inconvenience he may have caused." Oh, no need for that. Honestly, Major Daniel is one of the most polite drunk customers I've ever had. I wouldn't mind if more patrons were like him." "Thank you for saying that. As for Major Daniel..." Looking down at Daniel, Lucy spoke as if she had resigned herself to her fate. "I'll escort him back to his quarters." Reluctantly, Lucy found herself unexpectedly tasked with keeping an eye on her drunken boss. After arriving at the quarters, Lucy unlocked the door, stepped inside, and laid Daniel down on the bed. Daniel, now sprawled out on the bed, shifted slightly and mumbled quietly. "Water." Lucy, who had strained herself dragging Daniel back to his quarters, felt the veins on her forehead bulge. Should I just kill him? If an assassination order had come down at that moment, she might have pulled the trigger without hesitation. Staring down at Daniel with dissatisfaction, Lucy eventually walked into the kitchen and poured a glass of water. She figured giving him at least 1 glass of water wouldn't be too much trouble. Returning to the bed, Lucy knelt beside it, holding the cup, and lightly shook Daniel's shoulder. "Major, I brought you some water." Her intention was to get him to sit up, since drinking while lying down posed a choking hazard. However, Daniel, completely intoxicated, showed no signs of getting up. Annoyed by his lack of response, Lucy shook his shoulder a bit more firmly. That's when it happened. Suddenly, Daniel grabbed Lucy's arm and yanked her toward him. Before she could resist, Lucy was pulled forward, causing her to drop the glass. As she instinctively squeezed her eyes shut, She slowly reopened them to find herself staring at Daniel's chest. It took Lucy a few moments to process the situation. She was in Daniel's arms. Then, her eyes widened like a startled cat. While she struggled to figure out what to do, Daniel gently cradled the back of her head and pulled her closer. "Don't go." His deep voice brushed against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. At that moment, Lucy recalled something Freen had once told her. Men are wolves by nature. Right, no matter how cold-blooded Daniel Steiner was, he was still a man in his prime. But even so, she hadn't expected to end up in his embrace like this. Although her instincts screamed at her to push him away, her mission kept her rooted in place. Just as she tensed up, Daniel murmured again. "It's muddy over there. The headmaster's going to scold you." "Headmaster?" Lucy blinked a few times before letting out a quiet sigh. "Sleep talking." Realizing the truth, she quietly pried herself free from Daniel's arms and stood up. Looking down at him as he lay fast asleep, Lucy's gaze lingered on him for a moment before she snapped out of it, quickly stepping away from the bed and fleeing the quarters. Thud. After shutting the door behind her, Lucy exhaled as though all her strength had left her. Leaning back against the door, she clenched her fists tightly. That was dangerous. She thought it was dangerous, but she couldn't quite define what exactly had been so dangerous about it. Lucy's face flushed red as she nervously clutched the hem of her uniform skirt. She then lowered her gaze, biting down on her lower lip. For some reason, the pounding in her chest showed no signs of calming down. Chapter 55. The next day, early in the morning, I arrived at the General Staff headquarters and pressed a hand to my forehead. The lingering effects of the alcohol hadn't worn off, and my head was pounding. Did I drink too much last night? Walking into the officers' club had been a mistake. The bartender recognized me immediately and with a smile declared, "To Major Daniel Steiner, the hero of the Empire, drinks are on the house today." Thanks to that, I ended up drinking far more than I could handle. I passed out at some point. When I came to, I was lying in bed in my quarters. The problem was, I had no memory of how I got there. There's no way I walked back on my own. Did someone help me? The thought of being a burden to someone left me feeling awful. Furrowing my brows and letting out a low sigh, I reached my private office and grabbed the doorknob. When I opened the door, Lucy was already inside, neatly dressed as always, working at her desk. Noticing my arrival, Lucy stood and saluted. "Major Daniel Steiner, sir, good morning." She didn't usually call me by my full name. Her demeanor felt strangely stiff. Feeling slightly awkward, I returned her salute and walked toward my desk. After setting down my briefcase and taking a seat, Lucy approached, holding the Imperial Daily newspaper. "Oh, thanks." I reached out to take the newspaper, but for some reason, Lucy didn't let go. Confused, I looked up and met her cold, sharp gaze. "Major Daniel Steiner, alcohol is a personal indulgence, and I believe anyone is free to enjoy it as they please." "Right. But anything in excess is harmful to the body, especially drinking to the point of being completely incapacitated. That is unbecoming of an officer of the Empire." I couldn't argue with a single word she said. More importantly, why is she bringing this up now? Could Lucy have been the one who carried me back to my quarters? Feeling suspicious, I decided to test her. "Are you saying I passed out? What exactly happened last night?" Lucy's shoulders flinched. She couldn't even meet my eyes. "Nothing happened." Pretending nothing had occurred, Lucy let go of the newspaper and returned to her seat. She sat at her desk and resumed her work as usual, but for some reason, the tips of her ears had turned red. I eyed her curiously, but shrugged it off and opened the newspaper. The moment I unfolded it, my photo dominated the front page. It was a picture of me leaving the imperial palace after meeting with His Majesty. The hero of the empire, Major Daniel Steiner, awarded the Golden Cross Medal after his national victory. Just reading the headline made my head spin. Without even bothering to read the full article, I flipped to other sections, hopping to get a sense of how the capital had been running while I was away on the battlefield. I scanned through several articles until one particular piece made me pause. Editor-in-Chief Titan Barkaloy found dead at home, cause of death, heart attack. Titan Barkaloy, I knew him well. He was an editor who frequently published favorable articles about the princess. His editorial policies and political stance were openly aligned with supporting her cause. He was one of the key figures backing the princess's faction. And now he's dead from a heart attack at home. No way, not in times like these. It was far more logical to assume that the prince's faction had made a move. Which means the succession battle was beginning to surface. The princess wasn't a fool either, so she would undoubtedly retaliate. Blood would soon start spilling beneath the surface, and as long as I remained in the capital, there was no way I could avoid getting caught up in it. Letting out a deep sigh, I tapped my fingers against the desk and folded the newspaper. How could I protect myself from the coming storm? After a brief moment of consideration, I came to a conclusion. I'll run away. If staying in the capital meant I couldn't avoid the chaos, then leaving the capital was the obvious solution. Luckily, thanks to my rapid promotions, I had accrued enough leave to make this plan feasible. The Empire's maximum reward leave is 30 days. If I took my leave now and returned after the dust settled, the hierarchy would already be sorted out. Moreover, taking leave would send a clear message. I have no interest in your petty succession battle. It was a win-win situation. Of course, leaving unannounced would likely force Lucy to work overtime and shoulder the bulk of the workload. But there was no helping that. It'd be strange to care about the hardships of a spy who's probably plotting to kill me anyway. Resolving myself, I stood up and walked toward the door. Just before stepping out, a mischievous thought crossed my mind, and I glanced back at Lucy. "Lieutenant, I'll apologize in advance." "What do you mean, sir?" "You'll find out soon enough." Lucy's confused expression lingered in my mind as I left the office with a faint smile. Shortly afterward, I entered the General Staff's operations office and saluted Ernst, the Chief of Staff. Ernst returned the salute with a warm smile and spoke first. "Well, if it isn't Major Daniel, what brings you to the Chief's office? I thought I told you that you could handle work from your private office." "Sir, I'm not here to discuss work." "Oh, then are we finally talking about your promotion? Upper management is already discussing it, so you can expect good news soon." "That's not it either." "Then why are you here?" Ernst's expression betrayed his curiosity as he waited for my explanation. After a brief pause, I spoke. "Sir, I'd like to take a leave of absence." Ernst nodded as if he understood. "Leave, huh? Well, even someone like you needs rest. How long are you thinking?" 1 month. Ernst's eyes widened in surprise. He had probably expected me to ask for a week or so, but hearing a full month caught him completely off guard. 1 month, are you serious? Yes, I believe long-term leave is permitted if it's classified as reward leave. You're not wrong about that, it's just fine, I suppose I can't argue with you about this. I'll notify upper management. I had briefly worried that he might refuse, but fortunately he didn't. As I let out a sigh of relief, Ernst looked at me with a slightly puzzled expression. "Planning a trip somewhere specific, that's quite a long break you're taking." "Somewhere specific?" I didn't have a fixed destination, but there was one place I wanted to visit. I'm heading back to my hometown, the village of Fiamery, located in the barony of Beta Gen in the Empire South. It was the place where I was born, and the home of my mentor, the monastery headmaster. Barony of Beta Gen, Southern Empire. Headquarters of the secret organization, Dawn's Light, under the prince's faction. Clack, clack, clack. In the dimly lit underground chamber, the mechanical, repetitive clicks of a telex machine echoed. This was one of the methods Dawn's Light used to relay orders to the scattered cells of armed operatives planted throughout the capital. Overseeing them all was Morton Blackmore, known as the organization's chief strategist. His sunken eyes scrutinized the agents, watching them like a hawk. If even one of them were found colluding with supporters of the princess, the organization could collapse from within. It was unlikely, but in these tense times, doubting others wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Morton clenched his fist as he swept his gaze over the agents. No matter what, the prince must take the throne. Having thrown his lot in with the prince's faction, Morton had no other options. If the princess ascended instead, not only Morton but the entire organization would face purges. The assassination of editor-in-chief Tyden Barkaloy, who had vocally supported the princess, had been carried out for exactly that reason. We can't allow the princess to gain favorable public opinion. Public opinion reflected the will of the citizens, and that will inevitably reach the emperor, who would make the final decision on succession. The current emperor was considered a progressive ruler, one who had implemented a series of bold reforms. As someone deeply concerned about the welfare of the people, it was certain he wouldn't ignore public sentiment when choosing his successor. Thus, Morton devoted himself to controlling the narrative, manipulating the masses while silencing opposing voices. It was the only way to secure the throne for the prince, even if he was unfit to rule. So far, everything has gone smoothly. But the princess wasn't an idiot. She would inevitably counterattack. While Morton was contemplating what cards the princess might play, one of the agents suddenly jumped up from his seat, visibly alarmed. Morton frowned, finding the reaction suspicious. "What's the matter?" The agent reread the incoming message before nervously turning to Morton. "Sir, it's Major Daniel Steiner. He's filed for leave an entire month of it." "He's allowed to take leave. Why does that matter?" "The issue is the location he's heading to." The agent swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he delivered the punchline. "He's coming here, to the barony of Beta Gen." For a moment, the sound of typewriters ceased entirely. Morton's breath caught, and his pupils quivered. Could he have sided with the princess and be coming to wipe us out? The oppressive silence weighed heavily over the headquarters, the name Daniel Steiner carrying with it a palpable sense of dread. After what felt like an eternity, Morton finally forced himself to speak. Beta Gen is Steiner's hometown. He could very well be visiting simply to take a break, and even if that's not the case, there's no way he's aware of our exact location. If he knew, he wouldn't have filed for a full month of leave. Surveying the agents, Morton feigned calmness and issued orders. "From now on, we monitor Daniel Steiner's every move. If he's here for us, we need to be prepared to act immediately." "Understood." "Yes, sir." The agents responded with vigor and resumed typing commands into the machines. Morton had successfully restored order among his men, but his own trembling hands refused to settle. Who was Daniel Steiner? A cold, calculating man, one who had earned the title of Devil's Spawn from the enemy nation's foreign minister. Could someone like that really be visiting his hometown just to relax? It was absurd. It was far more plausible that Daniel had already uncovered their base of operations in Beta Gen. If Daniel Steiner truly is targeting us, they might be annihilated before they even had the chance to fight back. Suppressing the unshakable fear gnawing at him, Morton clenched his fists tightly. God, please, grant us the strength to stand against this devil. Chapter 56. About 10 days later, Daniel's leave request was officially approved by the higher-ups. Considering the ongoing war and the complicated procedures involved in processing leave, the approval had come through relatively quickly. With the official papers in hand, Daniel boarded the first-class carriage of the luxury train known as the Royal Express. Normally, even officers wouldn't be given first-class tickets on such a prestigious train. However, the general staff had made an exception for Daniel in recognition of his numerous military achievements. Let's see, which compartment am I in? Walking down a corridor lined with red carpeting, Daniel stopped in front of a door marked CA8. After confirming that it matched the room number printed on his ticket, he opened the door. Sunlight poured in through the large windows, illuminating the outside scenery. Impressed, Daniel stepped inside and immediately noticed the plush beds arranged on either side of the compartment. In the center, a luxurious table with matching chairs was set, and atop the table rested an assortment of expensive refreshments befitting the train's reputation. Placing his luggage against the wall, Daniel approached the table, pulled out a chair, and took a seat. Setting his uniform cap down on the table, he felt the train jolt softly as it began to move. Straightening his uniform one last time, Daniel leaned back against the chair and gazed out the window, taking in the ever-changing landscape. Although the scenery shifted with the train's movement, the brilliance of the leaves and the fields remained constant. It was an endless stretch of idyllic, peaceful beauty. A faint smile appeared on Daniel's lips. Yeah, this is what I wanted. A peaceful life, free from worries or complications. Enough money to live comfortably without excess. And just enough power to avoid being disregarded by others. Hadn't that been the reason he'd enrolled in the Imperial Military Academy in the first place? But ever since he began regaining memories of his past life, his plans had spiraled out of control. If someone were to summarize Daniel's life now, it would be like this. An unstable existence, constantly worrying about assassination attempts and trying to survive on the battlefield. More money than he could reasonably handle, thanks to the countless rewards he had received for his victories. And not just enough power to avoid being ignored, but enough to inspire fear in others. It was a far cry from the quiet and steady life Daniel had originally aimed for. Despite his frustrations, today he allowed himself to laugh it off. Because I'm on leave. For the next month, he wouldn't have to deal with his adjutant, an allied spy, and their suffocating work routine. He also wouldn't have to worry about being dragged into the imperial succession struggle between the princess and the prince. Nor would he have to anxiously await orders for another operation from the general staff. This feels almost too good. Am I allowed to be this happy? Letting out a soft chuckle, Daniel closed his eyes briefly and basked in the sunlight streaming through the window. Come to think of it, it's been nearly 2 years since I last visited home. The last time he'd returned to the South was during a brief break, while he was still a cadet at the military academy. I wonder how the abbot is doing. I sent a letter ahead, but will it reach him in time? He might be shocked if I just show up unannounced. Given how secluded the monastery was, Daniel worried whether his letter had been delivered properly. As he sifted through memories of his hometown, the sliding door to his compartment suddenly opened. With a soft scraping sound, a tall black man stepped inside. Noticing Daniel, the man removed his fedora and pressed it respectfully to his chest. My apologies, I didn't realize the compartment was occupied. I should have knocked first. Daniel rose from his seat with a polite smile and extended his hand. No need to apologize, it's a shared compartment after all. No need to be so formal. My name's Daniel Steiner. Ah, Major Daniel Steiner, I've heard a lot about you. My name's Hamthel, I'm from Nordia. The man, Hamthel, was in fact the leader of the secret organization Black Crow. Of course, Daniel had no way of knowing that. Nordia, huh, what a coincidence. I was stationed there as the garrison commander. I've heard Nordia became a much better place to live thanks to you. But first, why don't we sit down and continue this conversation? Nodding agreeably, Daniel sat back down, and Hamthel took the seat across from him, adjusting his tie. Then, as if he had suddenly remembered something, Hamthel casually asked, "By the way, Major Steiner, I heard you implemented some rather radical urban plans in Nordia. Was there any particular reason for that?" It was a probing question, an attempt to gauge Daniel's intentions. Hamthel wanted to know whether Daniel had acted purely for the Empire's benefit, or out of a genuine desire to create a better world. Daniel paused for a moment before shrugging. To be honest, I thought both the general staff and the citizens of Nordia would give me hell for it. The results just happened to turn out better than expected. Hamthel couldn't help but admire him. He pushed forward despite knowing he might face backlash from both the Empire and the locals. That kind of determination was no different from that of a true visionary. By any chance, was your support for Black and other minority groups also intentional? Support, it's just common sense. Racial discrimination, that's nothing but ridiculous arrogance. All I did was tell some lunatics not to act like lunatics. The sincerity in Daniel's voice left no room for doubt. Seeing this, Hamthel abandoned the last remnants of suspicion he had been harboring. Daniel Steiner truly is someone worthy of our allegiance. Rising from his seat, Hamthel excused himself. "Sorry to interrupt, but I need to step out for a moment." When Daniel nodded, Hamthel put his fedora back on and exited into the corridor. After walking a short distance, he pulled out a radio and pressed the transmit button. "Report any suspicious activity in your sectors." Replies came back almost immediately. "Dining car clear, continuing observation. Lounge car no issues. All connection points secure." Members of Black Crow had infiltrated the entire Royal Express. After all, this was the perfect time for an attack on Daniel Steiner, traveling alone, without his troops, while on leave. To prevent this, Hamthel had brought along numerous agents to protect Daniel in secret. Just then, a report from the VIP car caught his attention. "We've spotted a suspicious individual. They're communicating via a wristwatch radio." Hamthel's eyes narrowed as he responded. "Maintain surveillance. Follow them when they disembark and determine their destination." Acknowledgments came through the radio, and Hamthel stowed it away. If anyone dares to harm Daniel Steiner, he was prepared to unleash every skill he had honed over the last 10 years to utterly crush them. Meanwhile, completely unaware of any of this, Daniel continued to enjoy the passing scenery from the comfort of his compartment. Meanwhile, at St. Michael Monastery. "These weeds, just give me a moment." In the monastery's cloister garden, enclosed by stone walls, the abbot Hieronymus was busy pulling out weeds and placing them into a basket beside him. As he worked, the monastery's vice-abbot, dressed in pristine clerical robes, approached. "Abbot, may I speak with you for a moment?" Hearing the voice from behind, Hieronymus paused his work, stood up and turned around. "Ah, vice-abbot, what brings you here?" "Well, it's about Daniel. He's supposed to arrive tomorrow, isn't he?" "Yes, that's right. Such a commendable young man. He sent a letter letting us know he'd be visiting during his leave. But why do you look so concerned? Aren't you happy to see him?" The vice-abbot quickly shook his head. "It's not that, it's just, I've been hearing some curious rumors." "Rumors? What kind of rumors?" "Surely you've heard of Major Daniel Steiner." Of course, the empire's hero, what about him? Well, I can't help but wonder, could our Daniel and Major Steiner be the same person? The monastery strictly prohibited the introduction of external items. Even newspapers and simple magazines were not allowed within its walls. As a place devoted to serving God, the monastery upheld strict rules to avoid worldly influences. Yet, even in such a secluded environment, the name Major Daniel Steiner had become well known. Wealthy donors and politicians who visited the orphanage operated by the monastery often shared stories about the outside world. Because of this, some, like the Vice Abbot, began to speculate whether their Daniel could be the famed Major Steiner. Hieronymus, however, found the idea amusing. How many times do I have to tell you it's just a coincidence? Have you already forgotten what our Daniel was like? Of course not. Daniel was certainly a kind and gentle boy. Yes, exactly. He enjoyed quiet reflection and drawing. He even helped us bake bread, such a mature and responsible child. Hieronymus snapped his fingers as if recalling something. And don't forget about this. When the puppy we raised here fell ill and died, Daniel cried for 3 days and nights. Afterward, he built a grave for it with his own hands and placed a flower on it every day. The Vice Abbot nodded instinctively as he listened. That's true. Though Daniel sometimes surprised us with moments of sharp decisiveness, he was fundamentally a sweet-natured child and a beloved servant of God. Exactly. So how could someone like that lead the invasion of Nordia and force a kingdom to surrender? It's absurd. Hieronymus chuckled softly. Besides, Daniel's only been commissioned as an officer for 9 months, a major already. Does that even make sense? The Vice Abbot let out an embarrassed laugh and nodded. You're right. I suppose I let my imagination run wild. I'll take my leave now. I should probably bake some of Daniel's favorite bread for when he arrives tomorrow. Hieronymus smiled and gave a slight nod as the Vice Abbot turned and walked away. Returning to his knees, Hieronymus resumed pulling weeds, but before long he couldn't help but laugh to himself. Our Daniel, the empire's hero. The Vice Abbot's imagination really did get the better of him sometimes. Anyone with common sense would know such a thing was impossible. Chapter 57. Early evening the next day. In the monastery's dining hall, Abbot Hieronymus was busy entertaining city councilors and wealthy donors who had come to make contributions. Under normal circumstances, he would have gone out to greet Daniel personally. However, the donation event happened to coincide with Daniel's visit, forcing Hieronymus to prioritize hosting the guests. As important as Daniel was, ensuring the financial security needed to feed the orphans took precedence in the abbot's position. With donations for the orphans steadily declining, Hieronymus was doing his best to win over the city councilors. It's ironic, really. The number of orphans keeps increasing because of the war, yet donations to support them are dwindling. What exactly are these corporations profiting from the war doing? One counselor, putting on airs, lamented the situation, and Hieronymus forced a polite smile while nodding. That's why we're so deeply grateful to Counselor Reeden here. Offering such a generous donation for the orphans, there's no greater blessing. Generous? I wouldn't go that far. And I hate to say this, but the council may soon have to reduce the budget allocated to the orphanage. Despite his best efforts to please them, Hieronymus was met with disappointing news. Even so, he understood. The city council's budget was limited. Cutting funds didn't automatically make them villains. How much of a reduction are we talking about? Before Hieronymus could finish his cautious question, the dining hall doors swung open. Instinctively, Hieronymus and the counselors turned their heads. The sound of polished boots echoed through the hall as an officer entered, his uniform crisp and immaculate. The officer strode forward at a deliberate pace, his presence exuding authority, causing everyone to stiffen. Even Hieroni, confused as to why an imperial officer would be here, felt his heart race. Abbot Hieroni. The officer removed his cap, revealing his face and voice. Hieroni's expression immediately brightened. Daniel. He started toward Daniel but froze in his tracks when he noticed the insignia of a major on his shoulders. Blinking in disbelief, Hieroni stood rooted in place as Daniel approached. It's been a while, how have you been? I'm fine, but you, what happened? A major? Am I seeing this right? Are you really the Empire's hero? Hieroni stammered, still reeling from the shock, while Daniel offered a sheepish smile. I've been through quite a lot unintentionally, but what about this gentleman here? Daniel's gaze shifted to the counselor, who immediately straightened up and saluted awkwardly. See Counselor Reden, it's an honor to meet you, sir. The honor is mine. If you're a counselor, you must be one of the monastery's benefactors. I look forward to your continued support. Ah, yes, of course. Still smiling, Daniel turned back to Hieroni. And the children, are they doing well? Oh yes, they're all gathered over there. Following Hieroni's gaze, Daniel spotted the children standing quietly in the corner. The boys wore white shirts, black suspender trousers, and bow ties, while the girls were dressed in white dresses adorned with floral hairpins. Some things never change. Even now, the monastery had dressed the children in spotless outfits for appearances during donor events. Suppressing a chuckle, Daniel addressed Hieroni. Then I'll spend some time with the children until your event is over. With that, he strode toward the children. The counselor, still fidgeting nervously, hesitated before speaking up. So Major Daniel Steiner is from this monastery. I wish you told me earlier, Abbot. I must apologize, but I'll have to retract my comments about cutting the orphanage's budget. What, are you serious? Serious indeed. The Empire's war hero, personally awarded the Golden Cross medal by the Emperor himself, had just asked him to take care of the monastery. Cutting funds now would be political suicide. While the counselor reluctantly nodded, Daniel stopped before the children and clasped his hands behind his back, speaking with mock severity. Attention! I am Major Daniel Steiner, Operations Officer of the Imperial General Staff. Can anyone here tell me why I've come? The children froze, swallowing nervously under his sharp gaze. After a brief pause, Daniel grinned and extended his arms wide. To play with you, of course. Ella, Luca, Melly, you've all grown so much. Finally realizing he was joking, the children erupted into laughter and ran toward him. Several of them nearly toppled over in their excitement to hug him, forcing Daniel to kneel so no one would get hurt. Ella clasped her hands together and pouted. Daniel, you should have told us you were coming. I waited so long. Sorry, I sent a letter to the abbot, didn't he tell you? Nope, he's a grump. Luca, the troublemaker, cut in with a raised voice. Hey Daniel, is it true? Are you really a major? That's a super high rank, right? Do you command thousands of soldiers now? Not quite that high. My command's only a few hundred. Hundreds, that's still huge. But is it true what Melly said earlier, that you're here on a secret mission? The children's eyes sparkled at the mention of a secret mission. Daniel hesitated briefly, but decided to humor them. They rarely left the monastery, except for 2 brief outings a year, and he figured it wouldn't hurt to tell them a little story. Oh no, you caught me, it's true. I'm here on a secret mission. Luca gasped, covering his mouth, and the other children leaned in closer, scanning their surroundings nervously. Listen carefully. The Imperial Palace sent me here because suspicious forces have infiltrated this area. My mission is to eliminate them in one swift strike. Ah, really? Even the usually composed Ella was hanging on his every word. Daniel smiled and nodded. Yes, they operate under the guise of merchants but gather intelligence and operate in secret underground. And their numbers are. How many should he say? Not wanting to disappoint them, he raised 5 fingers. About 50. The children gasped in unison, their faces turning pale. Realizing some of them were actually scared, Daniel quickly reassured them. No need to worry, I'll take care of everything, okay? The children nodded eagerly, their fear turning to admiration. Daniel was about to laugh again when his expression suddenly froze. Somewhere nearby, he felt an intense gaze. He turned instinctively and locked eyes with one of the donors. The man flinched and hurriedly looked away, disappearing into the crowd. What was that? Brushing it off as paranoia, Daniel turned back just as Luca grabbed his arm. Daniel, you're so cool. I want to be just like you. I'll help you. No. Daniel's voice hardened as he cut Luca off. He erased the playful tone and spoke with sincerity. Listen to me, don't ever become a soldier. It was advice born from the depths of experience and regret. Underground Shopping District, Dawn's Light Headquarters. Sir, Chief Strategist, sir. The informant who had been sent to monitor Daniel burst into the underground base, desperately searching for Morton. Without pausing to catch his breath, the man barged into Morton's office and blurted out his report. Sir Daniel Steiner. Morton, who had been disguised as one of the affluent donors earlier, scowled at his subordinate's lack of composure. Calm yourself, breathe, organize your thoughts, and then speak. The informant nodded quickly, took a deep breath, and then continued. Daniel Steiner not only came here under orders from the princess, but he also seems to know the location of our headquarters. Morton, seated behind his desk, raised an eyebrow. He set aside his glasses and stared at the informant with suspicion. He knows about this place. Yes, I overheard him joking with the children, but during that conversation, he specifically mentioned our base being beneath the shopping district and even estimated our numbers. And more than that. Recalling Daniel's chilling gaze, the informant hesitated before finishing. After he finished speaking, he looked directly at me. It was as if he knew I was watching him all along. Morton clenched his teeth, swallowing a curse. He might have dismissed the accurate location and headcount as a coincidence, but Daniel's ability to pinpoint his observer's presence was no accident. And worse, Daniel had openly revealed this information, fully aware that Dawn's Light agents were keeping an eye on him. To Morton, it was no different from issuing a direct threat under the guise of joking with children. Damn it, Daniel's sending us a warning. He's saying, I could wipe you out anytime I want, but I won't. Why would he do that? I don't know, but one thing's clear, Daniel wants to talk to us. Morton felt cornered. Refusing would leave them with no options. A wave of dizziness struck him, and he pressed his temples to steady himself. After taking several deep breaths, Morton forced himself to look up, burying his fear. Fine, if he wants a conversation, we'll give him one. I'll meet with Daniel personally and figure out what he's after. He couldn't grasp Daniel's intentions. But for the sake of Dawn's Light's survival, Morton had no choice but to accept the challenge. Chapter 58. After spending the entire afternoon playing with the children, Daniel decided to leave the monastery in the evening. Despite the abbot Hieronymus and the children pleading with him to stay the night, Daniel firmly refused. He had already arranged separate accommodations and mentioned he had another place to visit that evening. Hieronymus, who had a good idea of where Daniel might be headed, didn't press him further. Daniel's destination was Jack's Restaurant, a small establishment located in the center of town. Its exterior appeared rundown, but the place was always bustling with customers, a sign of its enduring popularity. This place hasn't changed. It really feels like I'm back home. Daniel had fond memories of this place. Back in his rebellious teenage years, when he had run away from the stifling life at the monastery, Jack, the restaurant's owner, had always welcomed him with a warm smile. Lost in nostalgia, Daniel stared at the restaurant's weathered wooden sign before stepping inside. The interior was as lively as ever. Servers bustled back and forth, shouting orders as plates clattered and glasses clinked. "Yes, coming right up. Sausages and pretzels. Got it, please wait just a moment. Fried potatoes and a beer over here." Even after so many years, the atmosphere remained as vibrant as he remembered. Careful not to get in the way of the busy staff, Daniel quietly made his way to an empty table and sat down. After removing his uniform cap and placing it on the table, one of the waitresses approached with a notepad. "Welcome to Jack's restaurant. It's been a while since we've had an officer like." She froze mid-sentence when she saw Daniel's face. Blinking several times in disbelief, the freckled waitress suddenly shouted, "Daniel, Daniel, is that you? Oh my God, I'm not dreaming, am I?" Her name was Nemelim, a girl Daniel had practically grown up with at the monastery. Her exaggerated reaction made Daniel smile as he responded, "It's been a while. I heard you left the monastery and started living on your own, so I stopped by to check on you. Looks like I had nothing to worry about. You've matured a lot in these 2 years." Nemelim let out a bright laugh, her excitement overflowing. "You've changed too, you look sharper, and maybe a little more rugged, but in a good way. I'm so glad to see you again. Too bad Jack's not here right now." "He's not. No, he left early. Apparently, he and his wife are doing so well that they're planning on having their 4th child." "Their 4th at his age?" Daniel raised an eyebrow in disbelief, making Nemelim giggle behind her hand. "Love doesn't care about age, you know. Honestly, I think it's kind of romantic." "Well, I guess I can't argue with that." "Right, anyway, you must be starving. What do you want to order? Actually, no, let me guess." Tapping her chin in thought, Nemelim suddenly snapped her fingers. "Sausages and beer, right? I still remember you sneaking sausages when Jack wasn't looking, and begging for a sip of beer when you saw the adults drinking. That was years ago. Why are you still bringing that up?" "Haha, you're blushing, so I know it's still you. I'll bring it right out." As Nemelim hurried off to the kitchen, Daniel couldn't help but smile at her boundless energy. Just as Daniel was starting to relax, he noticed something strange. A middle-aged man in a dark brown coat was approaching his table. At first, Daniel thought the man was looking for an empty seat, but it quickly became clear that wasn't the case. The man was staring directly at him. Without asking, the man sat down across from him, catching Daniel off guard. "Who the hell is this?" Daniel's confusion deepened as the man leaned in, glanced around nervously, and spoke. "Major Daniel Steiner. I'll get straight to the point. What was your intention in delivering that message at the monastery today?" The man was Morton Blackmore, the leader of Dawn's Light, the secret organization operating under the prince. Of course, Daniel had no way of knowing that. The monastery, who could it be? Apart from Hierone and the children, the only other person Daniel had spoken to was a counselor. One of the counselors. Did they take offense to my comments about supporting the monastery? Given the earlier tension about the orphanage budget, it wasn't an unreasonable assumption. They think I pressured the council. Finding the misunderstanding absurd, Daniel let out a soft chuckle. "It seems there's been a miscommunication. I only meant to encourage cooperation, nothing more." Hearing the word cooperation, Morton's eyebrow twitched. In his mind, Daniel's words sounded more like a veiled ultimatum. "Betray the prince and join me." "Do you really think that's possible?" "Oh, no need to overreact. It's far from impossible." Morton gritted his teeth. This bastard, he's mocking us. He had hoped for a rational negotiation, but Daniel turned out to be far more arrogant and domineering than expected. Slamming his hands on the table, Morton stood abruptly. This was a waste of time. Prepare for war, Steiner. No matter how powerful you are, we won't back down. Watching Morton's dramatic exit, Daniel's lips curled upward. War, he's calling this a war. Politicians love to exaggerate even the simplest issues. To Daniel, arguing over budgets hardly qualified as war. Leaning back in his chair, he waved a hand dismissively. If you want to call it that, I suppose I can humor you, but honestly. Morton, drenched in cold sweat, froze in place. Daniel's casual demeanor made it clear he wasn't taking the threat seriously. After letting out a short laugh, Daniel locked eyes with Morton and whispered, "This isn't a war." Morton felt his breath catch in his throat. "It's just a simple negotiation." Daniel's voice was calm, but it slithered like a snake, sinking into Morton's thoughts and unsettling him to his core. The cold, calculating look in Daniel's dark eyes felt like the abyss itself. For a brief moment, Morton felt as if he might be swallowed whole. Forcing himself to breathe, Morton stiffly turned and walked away. As he passed Daniel, he heard the officer's voice again. "I don't know why you chose to approach me like this." Morton stopped in his tracks. "But I sincerely hope you made the right choice." He didn't dare look back. Suppressing his rising panic, Morton clenched his jaw and stormed out of the restaurant. At the same time, deep in the underground headquarters of Dawn's Light, suspicious individuals are approaching in large numbers. Damn it, who the hell are these bastards? The panicked voice crackled through the radio, freezing the hands of the agents operating the telegraphs. They're covering their faces. Identification is impossible. Wait, is that? Shit, guns, they're armed, those sons of bitches. I told you not to lead them here. As the frantic reports poured in, the agents hesitated, too stunned to respond. But Mabel, the agent who had disguised himself as a counselor to monitor Daniel the previous day, clutched his head in terror. Daniel Steiner, these must be his men. He's come to wipe us out. Despite Mabel's outburst, the others remained frozen, staring blankly at one another. Then, bang! The sharp crack of gunfire echoed from above, jolting everyone into action. "Shit, we've been compromised. Burn everything. Grab the guns, defend the entrance." The agents sprang into motion, tossing classified documents into the fire while arming themselves. Despite the chaos, Mabel crawled under a desk, shaking his head. "It's over, you idiots." These were Daniel Steiner's forces. Fighting them head-on was impossible. Mabel trembled, his fear growing as another round of gunshots rang out above. And then, crash! The iron door leading underground burst open. A deafening silence followed as everyone turned toward the entrance, holding their breath. The air grew heavy with tension. "When's the chief strategist coming back? We need someone to give orders." While the others anxiously exchanged glances, Mabel clenched his eyes shut and shouted, "You morons, don't you get it yet? This is exactly what Daniel Steiner planned. He lured the chief strategist outside to break our chain of command, and now he's wiping us out." Morton had walked straight into the lion's den, leaving them defenseless. Realizing how perfectly they'd been set up, Mabel let out a broken sob. Then, clink, clink, clink. 3 grenades rolled into the basement. The agents scrambled behind desks, bracing for the explosions. But nothing happened. Instead, PSSSSSH. A soft hissing sound filled the room. There was no visible smoke, only the faint scent of almonds. One of the agents coughed and collapsed to the floor. Mabel's voice cracked in horror. "Colorless, Almond scent. Shit, it's a sleep paralysis gas. Don't breathe, cough. Covering his nose and mouth with one hand, Mabel crawled desperately toward the emergency exit. He had to get out. But before he could move, thud, 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 thud. The sound of boots echoed down the stairs. Armed soldiers in gas masks flooded into the room, quickly securing the area. They struck down the remaining conscious agents with rifle butts, showing no hesitation. The black man leading them stepped forward and gave a calm order. Knock them out and tie them up. Kill anyone who resists. Mabel's vision blurred. Gasping for air and choking on the gas, he collapsed onto the floor. This is all. Through his fading consciousness, he saw the black man approaching. Raising his rifle, the man aimed the stock at Mabel. For Daniel Steiner. With a sickening crack, everything went black. Chapter 59. Morton hurried out of Jack's restaurant, his steps quickening with growing unease. The ominous words Daniel had left him with were seeds of anxiety, making his breath shallow and labored. He had no intention of negotiating with me. Cooperation. Daniel must have known better than anyone how absurd that idea was. And yet, Daniel had used some kind of veiled threat in the monastery's dining hall, forcing Morton to approach him willingly. What was Daniel's true intent behind such a move? As Morton continued speculating, mentally calculating every possibility, his steps gradually slowed. He never planned to cooperate from the start. If that's the case, then perhaps. His feet came to a complete stop. What if his goal was to lure me out of the Dawn's Light headquarters? A chilling realization swept through him. This was a method designed to remove the head of an organization right before its complete annihilation. I've been outplayed. Panic solidified into certainty as Morton fumbled to retrieve his radio. He quickly powered it on. Tuning the frequency, he pressed the transmission button and spoke hastily. Headquarters, do you read me? Someone respond, this is urgent. No one answered. Growing increasingly alarmed, Morton checked the frequency again and pressed the button once more. Headquarters, respond. You need to evacuate immediately. He cut himself off. Because at that moment, he realized why no one was answering. Cold sweat poured down his face as his trembling hand released the transmission button. The radio let out a faint beep. Then from the other end of the line came a low, chilling laughter. Morton froze as the laughter gradually subsided. Can you hear me, Morton Blackmore? An unfamiliar voice. And that alone was enough to confirm that Dawn's Light headquarters had fallen to the enemy. You were quite busy playing interesting games underground. Unfortunately for you, that fun is now over. Morton's grip on the radio weakened. The thought of his entire headquarters being wiped out made it nearly impossible to keep his mind intact. Even so, the voice continued. Morton Blackmore, consider this your first and final warning. A brief silence followed before the voice resumed, calm, yet ice cold. Do not ever dare to stand against Daniel Steiner. The transmission ended with that. Morton stared blankly at the radio, his vision spinning as a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. His heart pounded uncontrollably, and nausea rose in his throat. He staggered forward, clutching his chest, until he reached a nearby wall and leaned against it for support. Morton panted heavily, his eyes trembling in despair. His Highness's, my carefully laid plans. All of it had been crushed, no, utterly trampled by Daniel Steiner. Ada Oz. A strangled sound escaped him, somewhere between a scream and a whimper, before it dissolved into a low, broken sob. He had no choice but to admit it now. I was nothing more than a pawn dancing in the palm of Daniel Steiner's hand. After finishing his meal, Daniel did not return to his lodgings. Instead, he headed straight for the monastery. Morton's display of arrogance had irritated Daniel on multiple levels. Upon reaching the monastery, Daniel immediately sought out the abbot. He spotted Hieronymus, the abbot, walking through the cloistered corridor holding a candlestick. Striding briskly, Daniel called out to him. "Abbot!" Hieronymus flinched and turned around, surprised. Seeing Daniel, the abbot tilted his head in confusion. "Daniel, weren't you supposed to be at Jack's restaurant?" "I was, but that's not what's important right now." Daniel's expression, which carried a trace of anger, left Hieronymus blinking in bewilderment. "Did something happen at the restaurant? Why do you look so upset?" "Something did happen. I met someone from the city council." "The city council?" "Yes, an incredibly rude individual. Tell me, has the council treated you or the children here in such an overbearing manner?" Power often stemmed from wealth, and Daniel knew full well how arrogant people intoxicated with power could become. If the council had been harassing the monastery under the pretext of controlling donation budgets, Daniel had no intention of letting it slide. That was why he had come to hear the full story directly from the abbot. However, Hieronymus, who had never witnessed such behavior from the council, simply looked puzzled. "I think there's been some misunderstanding. The city council members have always been polite and respectful. In fact, despite their recent financial difficulties, they promised not to reduce the donation budget." They promised not to cut the donation budget. What could that man's mention of war at Jack's restaurant possibly have meant? Morton blinked blankly, unable to make sense of it, when the sound of footsteps echoed closer. Instinctively turning his head, he saw the deputy abbot rounding the corner of the courtyard. "Deputy Abbot." Daniel gave a slight nod, prompting the deputy abbot to let out a short laugh. "Daniel, I wondered why someone was suddenly looking for you, and here you are. You could have at least let me know you were back." "My apologies. I had urgent matters to discuss with the abbot, but you said someone came looking for me." The deputy abbot nodded. "Yes, I told them visitors aren't allowed at this hour, but they insisted on seeing Major Daniel Steiner. They seemed desperate, so I let them in." "Looking for me?" Daniel couldn't imagine who it might be, but since they had come all the way here, he couldn't just refuse to meet them. "Understood. Where are they now?" "They're waiting in the chapel." Nodding in acknowledgement, Daniel turned and made his way to the chapel. After navigating a few corridors, he reached the chapel door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The scene within was silent and solemn. Moonlight filtered in through the stained glass windows, casting a pale glow across the room. At the center of the chapel, a man stood staring up at the statue of God. Noticing Daniel's approach, the man turned toward him. Daniel's brow furrowed as he identified the visitor. "It's that man from Jack's restaurant." Aside from looking significantly more haggard than he had just hours earlier, it was unmistakably the same person. Why would he come here? Could it be an apology? This was the same man who had joined his table without permission and immediately resorted to veiled threats. Daniel hadn't forgot the unpleasantness of that encounter. After a brief silence, Daniel spoke. "You must have something to say." Morton flinched at the words. Clenching and unclenching his fists anxiously, he slowly approached Daniel. Swallowing dryly, Morton stopped within arm's reach, and then, to Daniel's shock, dropped to his knees. "Wait, this is unexpected." Momentarily taken aback, Daniel hesitated to speak, but before he could, Morton began. "Major Daniel Steiner, this is my complete and utter defeat." Daniel's confusion deepened. Before he could ask what the man was talking about, Morton continued in a somber voice. "You've won. I've lost everything and no longer have the strength to recover. Do with me as you see fit, but please my family." Tears welled up in Morton's eyes and streamed down his cheeks. I beg you, please spare my family. They're innocent. If you let them live, I will confess everything. I'll admit that I've been operating under His Highness's orders." Daniel wiped the sweat forming on his brow. What the hell is this nonsense? Showing up out of nowhere and spouting such absurdities, Daniel was completely at a loss. Suppressing his irritation, Daniel let out a low sigh and spoke. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "What but Major Daniel Steiner?" Cutting Morton off with another sigh, Daniel knelt to meet him at eye level. "Let me make this clear one more time." His gaze sharpened as he stared directly into Morton's trembling eyes. "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." Hearing this, Morton's eyes flickered. And in that moment, he understood Daniel's intent. He's trying to conceal the existence of his private armed forces. If word got out that a soldier had a personal militia, it would create endless complications. To Morton, it seemed that Daniel was feigning ignorance to avoid external scrutiny. The realization sent shivers down his spine. A meticulous and calculating man, Daniel was already several steps ahead. Just how far is he planning ahead? Eliminating Dawn's Light, a secret organization under the Prince, was likely just one piece of Daniel Steiner's larger plan. The warning not to oppose him suddenly felt all too real. Overwhelmed by dread, Morton lowered his head until it touched the floor. "Yes, sir, I understand, Major Daniel Steiner." Trembling with fear, Morton prostrated himself, pressing his forehead against the cold stone floor. Tears flowed freely from his tightly shut eyes. "You truly know nothing at all." His faint sobs echoed in the quiet chapel. And in that moment, Morton knew beyond any doubt. This had been an unwinnable fight from the very beginning. Chapter 60. The next morning. This is the place the man mentioned. Accompanied by a squad of police officers, Daniel stopped in front of a small commercial building. The man who had introduced himself as Morton the night before had confessed in the chapel that he was conspiring to incite a rebellion in the capital with the prince's support. To be honest, Daniel had initially dismissed it as the delusions of a lunatic. However, with a claim involving treason, an investigation was unavoidable. And so, at the break of dawn, Daniel had contacted the local police station and arrived here with reinforcements. From the outside, it looks like a typical shop. Inspector Beretti tilted his head in puzzlement. Daniel agreed, but wasn't ready to lower his guard. If that man really was the leader of a secret organization, disguising the building and their identities would be standard practice. It's best we stay cautious in case his testimony wasn't nonsense. Beretti nodded, and Daniel stepped into the building. The front door was unlocked, but oddly, no staff or employees were present. Only streaks of blood stained the display shelves. Noticing the blood, Daniel instinctively reached for the revolver in his holster. Damn it, looks like he was telling the truth. "Everyone arm yourselves." At Daniel's sharp command, Beretti and the other officers immediately drew their weapons. In the tense atmosphere, Daniel crouched and carefully examined the surroundings. Footprints. He spotted boot prints leading in a straight line. Following the trail with his eyes, Daniel saw a metal door to the basement left wide open. Judging by the disheveled carpet and overturned furniture nearby, it had likely been hidden from view until recently. "Major Steiner, did you find something?" Beretti approached with the officers, but Daniel raised his hand to halt them. He scanned the area once more before straightening up. It looks like an armed group was using the basement. Judging by the footprints, they were stationed here for a while but left recently. "How can you tell that just by looking?" Daniel pointed at the footprints. The ones leading into the basement are covered in dust, suggesting they've been there for some time. But the ones coming out are fresh, probably made just a short while ago. Beretti inspected the scene again and nodded in admiration. "You're right in that case. This could get dangerous. Request backup immediately." Tension filled the air as Beretti grabbed his radio. "This is Inspector Beretti. We need reinforcements. Requesting immediate backup at the Red Roof shop by the river in Zone 13, near Pionmarie Village." An affirmative response crackled through the radio. With reinforcements on the way, Daniel proceeded toward the basement, determined to find out what had happened here. Though reluctant, Beretti followed close behind. Descending the narrow, rough steps, they entered a surprisingly spacious underground room. "What is this?" Beretti switched on his flashlight, revealing rows of desks and telex machines. Scattered across the floor were half-burned documents. While trying to make sense of the scene, Daniel picked up one of the papers. His brows furrowed as he read its contents. It seems the man who called himself Mort was telling the truth. The documents outlined plans to blackmail politicians and journalists and incite public unrest. As the charge of treason became undeniable, noise suddenly erupted from behind a partitioned wall. Daniel signaled Beretti and the officers to stay alert as he approached the source of the commotion. With his finger on the trigger, he swung the door open and froze. "MMPH, MMPH. Ugh, MMPH." The room was filled with bound and gagged people groaning helplessly. Several of them recoiled in terror the moment they saw Daniel, squirming backward like frightened worms. Beretti's face paled as he entered the room and took in the scene. "What the hell is this?" "I don't know, but start removing their gags. We need answers." Nodding, Beretti holstered his gun and freed the nearest man's mouth. The man, wide-eyed and trembling, immediately screamed. Save me, Major Daniel Steiner, please spare me. I'll never be involved in something like this again. I beg you." Daniel blinked, stunned. Why is he begging me? Beretti looked just as confused, but quickly untied another prisoner. And then, "Major Steiner, please spare me. I have a family to feed. Please, I beg for your mercy." This one also pleaded for Daniel's forgiveness, tears streaming down his face. Beretti cast a suspicious glance at Daniel, and the other officers instinctively took a few steps back, uneasy. Feeling the scrutiny, Daniel wiped his sweat and protested. "Inspector, I swear I had nothing to do with this." But Beretti's suspicion didn't waver. The officers continued to regard Daniel with a mix of fear and doubt, retreating even further. "Everyone, really, I didn't do this, believe me." Despite Daniel's insistence, the tension in the room remained thick. After a long silence, Beretti swallowed nervously and spoke. "I'll make sure the report states that Major Steiner knows nothing about this." "Inspector, I'm serious. I had nothing to do with this." "Yes, of course. I'll be sure to remember that." Beretti took off his cap and gave Daniel a polite bow, an unspoken signal of submission. It was the gesture of a man who understood it was better not to offend someone capable of orchestrating such a scene. But for Daniel, who was genuinely uninvolved, the entire situation felt infuriatingly unfair. Running a hand down his face, Daniel let out a deep sigh. "I just wanted to enjoy my leave." Now instead, he found himself dragged into yet another absurd mess. Late night, inside the Imperial Palace office. They've already infiltrated the capital. Princess Sylvia stared down at the map of the capital spread across her desk. Red X marks covered the map, indicating locations where her faction's politicians and journalists had been threatened by armed groups. Gathering this data was the easy part. The problem was the lack of a clear pattern. If the enemy's base was located somewhere within the capital, their movements should have overlapped at certain points. Instead, the enemy seemed to mock her efforts, appearing from entirely unexpected directions. if the armed groups are operating like a decentralized network. Then, as Sylvia initially suspected, their headquarters were likely outside the capital. But how do I find it? The empire was vast. There was no way she could search its entire territory. On top of that, Sylvia estimated the enemy had established themselves long ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to operate in such a systematic and organized manner. At the very least, they had likely set up their headquarters 3 years prior, making them even harder to track down. Because of this, Sylvia's faction was steadily losing influence. Fearing threats or physical harm, her allies in politics and the press had begun retreating from public activity. I have to find them, no matter what. But there was no clear method. As she rested her forehead in her hand, Sylvia's eyes narrowed. If only that man were by my side right now. Daniel Steiner, the man who had seized Nordia with his brilliant tactics and strategies. Had that invaluable asset been with her, he might have already uncovered the prince's secret organization. But Daniel had applied for a long leave and left the capital, as if to signal his indifference to the succession struggle. Thus, Sylvia couldn't summon him back. What is he thinking? In the limousine heading to the palace, he had shown subtle hints of favor toward her. She had even wondered if he'd finally decided to take her side, only for him to suddenly take leave at the most critical moment. Frustrated, Sylvia tapped her desk absent-mindedly when a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Straightening her posture, she cleared her throat and called out, "Come in." The office door opened, and Colonel Hartman, her chief bodyguard from the Imperial Guard, entered. After offering a quick salute, Hartman stepped closer. "Your Highness, working late again, I see." "It's a matter of survival, but why are you here at this hour?" "I have an urgent report, and I apologize for the late intrusion." "A report?" Sylvia gestured for him to continue. "Very well, speak." Hartman lowered his voice. "Your Highness, the leadership of the prince's secret organization that you've been tracking has been captured." Sylvia's eyes widened. In disbelief, she shot to her feet. "Are you certain? I mean, are you absolutely certain about this information?" The report came directly from the police in the barony of Beta Gen in the southern region. Based on the documents they sent, there's no doubt. If the enemy leaders had truly been captured, it was a massive victory in the succession war. Overwhelmed by the sudden stroke of luck, Sylvia raised her voice. "Who did this? Who achieved such a feat?" "Well," bowing slightly, Hartman leaned closer and whispered, "While he denies any involvement, the evidence points to Major Daniel Steiner." Sylvia froze. Daniel? Wasn't he supposed to be on leave in his hometown? Then again, the timing of his leave during such a crucial period had never quite made sense. A man as ambitious as Daniel, desperate for promotion, wouldn't leave at a time like this. It was illogical. Then could it be that Daniel had been carrying out this mission all along under the guise of a vacation? Come to think of it, Daniel once said I would become empress. Sylvia remembered what Hartman had told her during her undercover trip to the north. Even when surrounded by the prince's assassins, Daniel had declared his belief that Sylvia, not the prince, would ascend the throne. He hid his intentions from me and pretended to be on leave. It now made perfect sense as a strategy to mislead both allies and enemies. Realizing this, Sylvia's lips curled into a faint smile. He risked his life to protect me before. And now he had taken it upon himself to do what no one had even asked, clearing her path to the throne. Without realizing it, Sylvia's fondness for Daniel deepened as she whispered softly, "What an impossible man, Daniel Steiner." To Sylvia, Daniel wasn't just a capable strategist. He was the very definition of a loyal subject.